Golly. Thank you for joining me. I'm a little bit nervous, to be honest with you, but also kind of excited. Hey, Starlight. Welcome. Wow, this is gonna be something kind of different for me, but also kind of expected since, I am a D&D tiefling, so I think it's time I do some Dungeons and Dragons related content. So that's kind of my mission today, but we are not starting out with the Candlekeep Mysteries itself. What I actually want to start with is the article that actually got me looking forward to Candlekeep Mysteries to begin with, and it was this one made by Polygon, and it says Dungeons and Dragons kicks off 2021 with its first wheelchair accessible dungeon. So when I initially read that in my Scribble, I said, ooh, that sounds fun and interesting. That's exactly what we need, especially after all the stuff in the summertime with Artificer Sarah Thompson and their combat wheelchair that had a lot of good reception and also a lot of bad reception. So I was really excited to see this, and I actually did a cast in January about Dungeons and Dragons and disabilities where I actually did go over this article in more detail. And I'm gonna just read this part down here where it says the next Dungeons and Dragons book published by Wizards of the Coast will include the franchise's first official adventure that is wheelchair accessible. Titled Candlekeep Mysteries, the collection of 17 one-shot adventures will be published on March 16th and will feature the work of 19 different designers, which of course the release date is today. So, the idea that they're going to have an officially wheelchair accessible adventure, that piqued my interest. The fact is, I have already brought this up, but Artificer Sarah Thompson is not one of the contributors. Someone else is, and they are actually quoted in this article, and it is Jennifer Kretschner, who actually does have an adventure, and their adventure might be the one that I look at more closely, but essentially their whole thing was about accessibility, and I'm gonna just read the quote right here. It says, "This is not something that is new to tabletop gaming or new to D&D, but it was important to me to make accessibility, keep that in mind, part of my dungeons." She said, "As an ambulatory wheelchair user, keep that in mind. I wanted people to have the opportunity to see themselves represented in game. We have the ability in fantasy to imagine things. We don't have to pay to make those accommodations. This is something we can imagine in our brains, and it's there. So it's something that was really important to me to put into my design." I'm only going to kind of highlight that for the time being because it is the lens in which I am going to be looking at Candlekeep Mysteries. Not just as a new D&D adventure module, but as something that was billed and sold as something that is supposedly taking into account people who are wheelchair users or people who need accessibility or people who are playing adventurers like me who use varying assist devices. So, with that in mind, I'm going to switch over to looking at the actual book now, and going from there. And I'm actually gonna read most of this beginning stuff just to kind of set it up. So it is an anthology of adventures written by the Dungeons and Dragons community. Each adventure begins with a book that the characters find in Candlekeep, an enormous library located on the Sword Coast in the Forgotten Realms setting. So then it basically says that each of these adventures is designed for 4 to 6 characters, and as we'll see, the adventures basically scale in level from what I have seen. That the first adventure is for level 1, and the second adventure level 2 characters, and so on and so forth. And Collie says, ooh, a library and a keep. Nice. Yes, this is right up my alley. After all, Brightlock Keep is very much kind of this vibe. We are also very coastal. And I do have a nice library. In fact, one that I almost am never out of when I'm doing all these casts for you lords and ladies. So actually, Candlekeep is very similar to Brightlock Keep in that way, and I'm actually gonna compare my keep to this one wherever possible, especially as it relates to accommodation and acknowledging adventurers and visitors with disabilities. So this is basically just the typical thing about this is how we want you to use these adventures. They're supposedly being treated as more modular, meaning that you can basically use any of the books in this library to then set up whatever bigger story is gonna fit with your campaign. And so, as you can see, they have listed each of these adventures by sort of the level they imagine you to be and sort of what the overall theme is. Be a sensitive dungeon master. Yes, that's essentially the catch bin of, hey, don't bring up dialogues that are gonna make people uncomfortable, and have a conversation about this ahead of time. You may not want to get me started on this Tiefy rant because I'm kind of in the middle of the spectrum when it comes to that. On one hand, I want the people participating in my adventures to feel like it's a safe space. I want them to be able to feel like they're not going to be triggered or bullied or have any of these things happen to them while they're playing through my story. But at the same time, I also want my players to have the freedom to express parts of their identity or parts of their history or parts of who they are without necessarily feeling like they can't even do that a little bit because people are gonna be uncomfortable about it. So, I understand the need for a discussion, but I also feel like too much of that is gonna basically say, well, we can't do that for you because all these other people are gonna be uncomfortable. I think for me, there always has to be a balance between being like, I know that you're uncomfortable with this, and so, I want to respect that, but at the same time, if I have a player that's like, look, I have a GLBT or LGBT identity, and I want to be able to express that, or I want to be able to play gaining a disability, I want them to be free to do that. Thank you, Collie, so much. The music was kind of a last minute touch because I realized, unlike a lot of my previous casts, I'm not going to have the music of other games to kind of fill the empty space. So I'm glad that you like it, and I'm glad that it's working for now and that it's hopefully at a good volume. So I think my way of wanting to handle that sensitivity, I do think you need to be a sensitive dungeon master. I do think you need to take people into account, but I think you also need to be brave enough to say, hey, I have a player who really wants to explore like the gaining of their disability or their gender or sexual identity, and if you're not comfortable with that, maybe you shouldn't come to the next sessions, because I honestly feel like there needs to be, the dungeon master shouldn't be making like the majority of people happy all the time. I think there needs to be some power that the dungeon master has to say, well, this is their story as much as yours, and while you may be uncomfortable with certain elements, to be fair to them, they need to have time to explore that too. So, end of rant on that. Yeah, I hope that the Twitch wizards don't strike me with silence. I tried to make sure that it was kind of free of some of the runes and some of the things that might get them angry at me. So hopefully I'm using something that's good for public use, which is what I've tried to do. So hopefully I won't get in trouble and they won't smack me for that. So anyway, here is the list of the adventures. Now, I did look it up. So the adventure that is written by Krishner, who said, hey, it's really important for me to do accessibility. That's this one down here, the canopic being. So if I go over one of the adventures first, it will probably be this one, because I want to see how much her focus on accessibility and accommodations and including things like this, I want to see how much that actually went into what they created. Especially if they went out of their way to say they are a wheelchair user and so this matters to them. I'm gonna be really focusing in on that one more likely before I go back and check out any of the others. So with that in mind, I'm going to get on to the next chapter here. So it says, standing atop a rocky crag overlooking the Sea of Swords, the massive citadel of Candlekeep has endured the elements for centuries and defied the degradations of time. Visible for miles around, Candlekeep has an eye-catching silhouette, a high wall interspersed with towers. This wall encloses a large space from which more towers rise. Kinda sounds like my keep. It's also very large and imposing and does have a very protective wall around it, obviously. Not just on the land side, but on the seaside as well. Which had to have some recent additions to it due to some trouble that we had with some fish folk. And I see that the wheelchair hero is here, and I did miss you, and I'm glad that you're here with me. So I just kind of got started. You missed me going on a bit of a rant. And so now we're actually getting into some of the beginnings of this. And so, as you probably already know, my main focus is going to be seeing how is this disability focused? How is this going to stack up for bringing access? And so Wheelchair Hero says, is this a playbook? Yeah, it's basically the adventure collection that I'm looking through right now. And I'm gonna just go through the introductory stuff, and then I'm gonna look at one adventure in particular to start with that was actually written by a disability advocate, content creator, Jennifer Kretschner. So I will be looking at that one more in depth, but for now I'm just getting through the introductory stuff about Candlekeep itself. Those who behold the edifice say that it looks like nothing so much as a cake decorated with an overabundance of candles. Yeah, that is a good point. So just because Hero did just join us, ooh, wrong screen. Because Hero did just join us, I actually started off with this article, which is what I'm using kind of as my focus for looking at the whole bit of content, which is this idea that the book has its first ever wheelchair accessible dungeon, but of course it doesn't say which one is accessible. I'm taking a guess that it's the one made by Kretschner, but I don't know. It doesn't really go out of its way to say, hey, if you were looking for the wheelchair accessible one, here it is. So that's basically what I'm using as my focus, and kind of what I'm going to be weighing a lot of different things against. And if you would like to read the article for yourself, I can actually put the link in the chat if you would like to have it for yourself and read for yourself. Let me just pop this in chat. That should have done something properly, I hope. Please let me know if that link works or not. Also, apologies if I'm a little bit weird when I'm reading. I'm a little bit nervous. Hey Aiden, welcome. I'm a little bit nervous right now, so hopefully I'll calm down and not be so jittery. Okay. The entrance to Candlekeep is a double gate, much like it is in Brightlock Keep. And it stands at the end of the Way of the Land, the only road that provides access to and from the outside world. Again, a lot like Brightlock Keep. We do have one main road that goes from basically the outer edges of the city area toward our keep. So it's very similar to this. The route follows a lonely path along the peninsula where Candlekeep stands. Those who gain entry discover a cloistered community of scholars. I'm very much probably considered cloistered. Hello, Trippy. Thank you for joining me. So I guess in terms of my own self, I would probably fit in just fine here with the rest of the cloistered scholars. Milling around inside the Candlekeep's walls, a place of enlightened conversation and friendly debate. No better place in the realm exists for those who have a love or a need of knowledge and who want to pursue such interests along fellow seekers. Candlekeep is the largest repository of written lore in Faerun, including the collected prophecies of an ancient sage named Alando the Seer. Those compiled divinations make up a tiny fraction of the accumulated knowledge and secrets contained within the library's vast collection. This seems like it's a bigger library than mine. And my daddy likes to think he's got the best library in the realm. I think he might just have met his match. Who knows? Maybe some of those super secret books he actually borrowed from Candlekeep and maybe has not returned. Who knows? Not all knowledge preserved in Candlekeep is of historical importance. The library holds thousands upon thousands of lost recipes, old songs, collections of folklore, and journals written by folks whose time has long since passed. The abundance of these ancillary works makes finding notable tomes an exercise in patience and perseverance, or just a really good idea of how to look through a library and what to look for. I might be able to fare a little bit better there than someone who has never been to a library before. Although I wouldn't mind looking at all those recipes and love letters and whatever else they have in there. To me, it's all a treasure trove of culture. And Collie says also no need to read everything either. Just the nifty, accessible, non-accessible, comparable bits to Brightlock Keep. Okay, fine. I just kind of wanted to set it up a little bit so that you know kind of what you're hovering into. So basically, in order to gain entrance, well, you have to be given an invitation, and or you have to bribe these scholars here. So kind of like my keep, my family either has to be expecting you, although you can't really bribe the guards, but my family has to be expecting you, or you have to bring something of value with you. and of course some stated business. So once you kind of get through that, this library does have defenses, and basically it, like in my keep, it goes beyond just the physical presence of walls and gates and anything like that. There are actual wards which they list down here, and so part of it is like some magical fields that keep you from just flying over the walls or magically teleporting inside. They actually have wards and other magical effects against that, which makes sense because they don't just want a mage like my father just deciding that he's going to warp in there and take whatever he wants. Of course, they also have wards of like fire suppression, which we do have in the library, in my keep actually, to make sure that things don't catch fire. And some of these other wards, like what's down here, to sort of keep the books from being destroyed by bugs or time or other elemental effects. I kind of like that. And so, of course, yes, they have rules for being there, just like we do at my keep. Like, behave yourself and don't steal, and all that kind of stuff. Which is, of course, to make sure that the people entering this space don't just go and wreck stuff or be rowdy. But here they actually give you some idea of what the sages and master sages have in the way of magic, which I think is kind of interesting. So I like that they have some things that look right now a little bit similar to me. Things like Mage Hand, Prestidigitation, and Comprehend Languages, Detect Magic, Identify, Levitate, Tensor's Floating Disc, and Unseen Servant. Those are very much like what I have. It's almost, Goddess bless, it's almost like I should have been a scholar and a scribe here at this Candlekeep, as maybe a profession beyond just being a cloistered princess. Maybe these are slightly my people after all. I think I might know where I might need to go the next time I want a vacation. But then again, I would have to be invited there, but it does say that people of great accomplishment and great standing in terms of what they've done, and people who are very exemplary do get invitations. So perhaps I could get one. And Kali says, so should we call you the Gaksha Sensei like a certain gem folk? Yes, I suppose you could, which would be like the equivalent of great scholar. Yes, you could. And I would probably have that same wowed and impressed face like a certain gem folk. So this is basically gonna go through their power structure, basically, about who runs this place, and who has the power to do what. So they're basically setting up, you have scholars, you have people who are on a council who make decisions, and then you have people who are reciting basically the visions from the seer that was mentioned. So it's just kind of giving us like the who's who here. But what I really want to focus on is the locations that they give us here. for Candlekeep. So here's a little bit of a map. And this is where things really start to get a little more similar to Brightlock Keep. Let me see what Kali just wrote in chat. Let it be known that even if these sages have Tensor's disc, that doesn't mean they use it like you do. Of course not. In fact, I'm actually not assuming that they do use it the way I do. I would like to see it maybe being used in some kind of unique way, but because it is typically used by other adventurers and other mages to simply carry more stuff, I'm imagining maybe they only use it to move large stacks of books or other equipment. Who knows? But my assumption is probably that they're not going to use it the way that I have to use my modified version, which is actually like an assist device. So based on this map, the similarities between Brightlock Keep and Candlekeep are almost shocking because it does have this large outer wall and, of course, just kind of a big courtyard in here. And so we have something called the Hearth, and we have something called House of Rest. We have something called the Temple of Ugama, which is weird, but we would probably have like a small temple to the goddess. Perhaps we would have one out here for visitors, but if not, we actually do have one of our own private chapels in the keep. But we do have some dignitaries' quarters, which would be a lot like the House of Rest. And we also do have a place for bathing and things like that. It's actually part of the dignitaries' quarters. We also have something called the House of the Binder, and the granary and the smithy and the stables, which we also have something like that, where my uncle and my cousin work in the forge, and of course a place for our horses. And there's something called the erudite outfitters and clothiers. I'm assuming that's where you get all your robes and all your clothes if you decide to become a member of this scholar group. And Trippy says, that map is real nostalgic. That's awesome to hear that. As I say, I'm in the scope of people who have been into tabletop and roleplay games like this, I'm still kind of a bit of a newbie, as in I don't have decades of experience and exposure to this, so it's always really cool when someone else can look at something and be like, oh, this is really cool, because it reminds me of like an older style, or it conjures these kind of vibes. I always really like to hear that because my experience is limited because of when in time I'm getting involved in this kind of stuff. And so now what I'm interested in is whether or not there is stated accessibility for these various locations. And Aiden says, oh, that looks very similar to a castle in Ireland. Awesome. And Kali says, it really does seem like Candlekeep is extremely similar to Brightlock Keep. Yes, and keep in mind that the people who built our Brightlock Keep probably had no way of knowing that Candlekeep also looked like this. Except our keep does not have as many towers as this one seems to have. We have a few, but probably not as many. And Trippy says, I've never really had the opportunity to try tabletop, but Baldur's Gate was my first encounter with D&D and CRPGs in general. Well, hey, wherever you get your start, you know, I'm always just really interested to hear where people are in kind of that journey and in that experience, because before Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, I didn't even really know what these kinds of games were like. But I have to say I really enjoy them now. So now that we have these locations, I'm really interested to see what it says they're like and whether it gives us any accessibility features or not. Because, as I mentioned earlier, my focus is going to be on what is said toward the nature of accessibility, but also what is not said. In other words, what is the vacant space telling you as much as the filled space? Because it's often what they don't bring up that you should be asking yourself questions about. So let's take a look at the first location. The House of Rest. This 3-story bunkhouse in the Court of Air provides seekers with a place to rest and store their gear. The rustic accommodations include both private rooms and common rooms. In addition to the comfortable lodgings, the House of Rest offers guests peace and quiet. Noisy patrons are directed to the hearth. Okay, so this is the thing. If I, as myself, were visiting this Candlekeep, provided that I could get up to the gates, and get my entry based on my invitation or a very rare book and or both. Let's say I was directed to this House of Rest. It says it's 3 stories. There's no mention, or 2-story, yes. Okay, hold on, my eyes are getting crossed. Very similar to the Brightlock Dignitaries' Quarters, which that one is 2 stories, not 3 stories. But even so, at least at Brightlock Keep, here's the thing. All of the entryways are built to be at ground level, at least in order to get in. There are very little in the way of barriers to get inside to begin with. And I see that's what you were saying, Colleen. My brain just did a thing. So at least with the one at my keep, the entry point into the dignitaries' quarters has no barrier really to get inside. And of course the doors are wide enough that even if you were to open one or both of them, you could get a wheelchair or a combat chair. No, it's okay. You did confuse me a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine. It's not your fault. Don't worry. So, but aside from that, once you get into the doors in the dignitaries' quarters, even though there are other floors, there are actually more rooms on the ground floor to actually accommodate for people who need more of that extra room in the first place. And we actually have a policy that the upper floors, they are still accessible by a small ramp system, but out of overall respect, we try to keep those bottom level units open for any dignitaries or any visitors who may have physical considerations, so that those rooms on the bottom floor can be preserved for them. And then only if we must, we have a few available up on the second floor. But typically what we will do is fill up the second floor first, so that whenever possible we make sure to keep room open for people who may not want to be on the higher floor, or who may not be able to make the best use of it, even with our ramp system that we do have in place. And Collie says, especially since your auntie has to use her combat chair regularly now. Precisely. So that ramp system has actually been newly added to those quarters, so that she can go visit with any dignitaries who may be paying us a visit, and continue to do her duties without having to shout at them from a lower level and say, hey, I wanted to talk to you about this or that thing. So now she has mobility in pretty much any space within those quarters, so that she can continue to act like the Lord of the Keep that she is. Unfortunately for this, though, the House of Rest mentions that it has 3 stories, but makes no mention of whether it's accessible or not. And I know some of you might be going, but Tiefy, maybe they left it ambiguous so that the dungeon master could decide whether it has stairs or a clean entryway or a ramp. This is true. However, going back to what I said at the beginning of this cast, with this book in general and apparently one particular dungeon being treated as more wheelchair accessible, or more concerned with access for adventurers, I was really kind of hoping that they might go out of their way to specify, what does it look like? Is it accessible? Can it be made accessible? This is not to say that the dungeon master can't do this, but it would have been nice to start seeing in writing that the writers are acknowledging how good it feels to go into a space and see, oh, they have thought ahead. They've thought about someone like me coming to visit. So that would be my main concern, is what if I get to Candlekeep and they bring me over to the House of Rest and they say, well, Tiefy, this is where you're going to be able to relax and rejuvenate. And what if there's stairs there? Sure, I can take my disc up, but still, that would be some part of accommodation that I'm bringing myself, and I would much rather see that a place full of mages and scholars would be thinking enough with their vast amount of time and their vast power to say, well, maybe not every scholar is like us. Maybe we could build a series of ramps. Maybe we could do this and that. The fact that it doesn't say either way is kind of makes me a little bit, sad, because I was kind of hoping maybe they might start acknowledging more. Collie says, well, unless there is no additional mention of how accommodating these locations are listed in the adventures in the book, then truly that would be an undersight. Yes, which is also kind of the issue, is that this is just kind of the rough view that they're giving. There might be some expansion in the adventures, but it still kind of leaves me to wonder, where does the access come in? Like, are the wizards and are the scholars here thinking about those sorts of things. And so with the 3-story bunkhouse, I'm kind of just left to say, okay, so if there's stairs up to the entrance, I'm lucky that I could float over them, potentially. But that might not be everyone who comes to visit. So then what do we do then? And then what about, what kind of accommodations are there? Am I going to be stuck to the bottom floor? Are there going to be any rooms available on the bottom floor by the time I get there? Like, this is why for me I think it would have been great to have a mention of accessibility and say, oh, there's a possibility for ramps if you need them. Or like levitation circles if you need them. You know, just something to acknowledge not everyone's going to move through this space in the same way. Just something to say, we were thinking of you, even if you are going to be a rare occurrence, we were thinking of you. It's the same when I go to, any other place in the realm, like a hostel or any of those kinds of places. It's nice to know when I hover into the main area and I say, do you have anything accessible? It's nice to hear that the owners of the place are like, of course, miss, we have plans in case there is a visitor such as yourself who comes looking for a room. We've made accommodations for you. And it just says it can hold up to 50 guests comfortably, and of course they can make an interdimensional space if they need more room, which, handles the capacity issue, but it still leaves me wondering, well, would the summoned space be accessible? Would that be something they could do with all this magic? And then we go to the place called the Hearth. The Hearth appears to be a modest tavern of sturdy construction with warm light emanating from a pair of small windows by the side of the front door. Again, there's no mention if there's steps or anything like that. And Kali says, even in the visual novel you are reading through, it makes specific mentions about ramps, elevators, and roll-up desks, etc. Correct. Yes, it does do that. And that's one of the big points that I'm going to give the visual novel, is that it doesn't just have a main character who is a wheelchair user. It actually goes out of its way to say, hey, she's using the elevator. She's able to get around campus because of all these ramps, and that the school was made to have more accessibility and be fully accessible, and that her room is on the ground floor and that it too is accessible. It's filled with furniture that she can use. And I'm just not seeing that kind of thing here yet, and I would have loved to, especially with the idea that other article gave me, that this was going to be more focused and like the first ever more accessible Dungeons and Dragons dungeon, or even content centered around being more inclusive. And with this place called the Hearth, again, we don't really have any mention of whether it's got a ramp or not, or if the door is just straight on. And so even with the Forked Tongue Bar and Grill, as you might know, Kali, from having worked there, even they had to recently put in a ramp and actually put in some accessible bathrooms, not only for me and my mother to use when we go and visit, but now my auntie, because she does have to actually use her chair to get in and around spaces. And so they actually had to do a bit more construction to make those spaces available, because there was now someone very important in the kingdom that was not going to handle very well if she could not get into the restaurant to begin with, let alone get herself comfortable again if she needed to relieve herself. And it's those kinds of things that, of course, I would be very concerned about, because getting in and out of places and being able to go to the bathroom when I need to go to the bathroom are a big deal. So, I don't really like how it doesn't say either way. It just says, it almost gives me the feeling like, rather than take a side of this, or rather than be very deliberate, we're just gonna leave this up to like whatever the dungeon master feels like, which is fine, but I guess I would have really liked some more attention, even like the visual novel does, through some dialogue of like setting this up. Especially being a female with a disability. Exactly. Bathrooms are a huge deal. Bathrooms are, they're gonna be like the deciding factor of whether I'm gonna go out into the rest of the town or not, because if I can't access a place to take care of my business, the idea of going on an outing or staying anywhere for a prolonged period of time is not going to be doable. And it says that this tavern is more spacious on the inside, because of, magic. It goes on to say, the bar seats up to 20 customers, and the patrons can also be seated comfortably at round tables with stout wooden chairs, or at rectangular tables with benches. A dozen soft, cushy armchairs encircle the fireplace in the center of the room. And there again, I have been to the Forked Tongue Bar and Grill before they got a little more conscientious about that, and there were actually not very many places where someone like me could float up to sit at, because the tables were so high that I couldn't really use them, and trying to get myself to sit on a bench is probably not a good idea. And some of those regular wooden chairs are not a good idea either, because they're either too high or too heavy. So here again is where I would like to have had some more details about, there's maybe like lower seating, or there's like seating that you can pull apart and put together in a different arrangement. And again, yes, I know, you're probably like, but Tiefy, that's what the dungeon master can do. Yes, they can. They are pretty much like the agent of my goddess at that point. They can do whatever they want. But still, I wanted to see this in writing, to see it acknowledged. And so we have a couple other spaces here, demi-planar chambers, meeting chambers. Each meeting chamber has a large round table with chairs, plus a pair of sideboards containing dishes. Again, no mention as to what am I going to do if those chairs are really tall. And now we have shrines. And each of the shrines is outfitted with a simple wooden altar, tables, and benches for study and reflection, suitable wall hangings. Who knows what the entry is like? Again, it could be some stairs that, again, I would be lucky that I have some magical disc energy to help me hover over. But again, if you're like my auntie and you don't have that, and your combat chair doesn't come with the hover ability, then what are you gonna do if you want to visit the shrine? And now we get to the bath and steam house. And of course, it's used as a place to relax. Spacious rooms in the building contain heated pools for respite while engaging in casual conversation or debates with others. Side chambers hold hot saunas and massage parlors. This would have been a great place to put some aside details that say, if you need to give someone more access, you can say that the pools have sloping stairs, or like that the stairs kind of dissolve into a ramp, or any of these kinds of things. Because I would love to go to the bathhouse. I would love to go to the saunas and the massage parlor type areas here. But based on this, it would be like I would have to float in there myself and only know what I was getting into once I got there. And I would have to hope that any of the mages working there would be able to quickly fashion a solution. And Kali says, at least at Brightlock Keep, everything from the kitchens, hearth, bath, area, chapel are easily accessible and stated to be so. Yes, in large part because my mother needed to move around the keep, and I needed to move around the keep with ease and with an eye for access. And now it's just been underlined by my auntie needing more physical accommodations. So now the keep has become even more accessible. So now even a lot of the staircases that we used to have are now being remade into ramps by my father, who actually has the ability to fabricate that. Now that there is a need to have a whole nother level of accessibility for someone to actually be able to roll up and down various places so that they can access all parts of the keep, as if nothing has changed. Which, to be honest, if I actually did visit a place like this, that would be part of the magic I would probably start learning, which is this idea of fabricating and creating, so that if there are access issues, I can remedy them, like my father would be able to remedy them. And as much as I've ragged on him in various casts, that is the one point I will give him, is that he does not tolerate less than, and this goes for people and places. And so if a place does not suit, or it is not serving its function, if it is not accessible, or it is not to his standards, he will make happen whatever needs to happen for that building or that space to reflect his needs or his desires. And so in that way, he has done myself, my mother, and my auntie a great service, in that he is man enough and he is powerful enough to shape these locations to his will. So yes, his mega perfectionism has a dark side, but it also has a bright side, in that in my keep, we don't have to worry about whether something is accessible or not. In my kingdom, we don't really have to worry if it's accessible or not. And in fact, on that note, because of my auntie, my father has now started doing accessibility modifications for a lot of businesses and a lot of the other places in the kingdom, in order to help everyone's access be better than it was before. And he actually, I've heard from my mother, is doing this without charging them as much as he could, or in some cases, nothing at all, simply because he has come to the realization that access is good for business and access is good for the community, so why not invest in it? And I think part of it has to do with being at the academy in New Nightingale and being the dean there. I think that as much as I have not liked his perfectionism, I have to say that my father is very generous. And he is very no nonsense when it comes to this type of thing, and constructing buildings and spaces that everyone can access. And apparently he's been doing a lot of access related construction and designing for New Nightingale Magic Academy. Kind of in that vein, so I've heard from my mother. I would love to go visit sometime. So there's that, and then we have something called the House of the Binder, which is where I guess you can get a scribe to copy something down for you. Now, and Collie says, now, if only he could be nicer when it comes to you. Yes, well, if only. I mean, I think that if he just accepted me for who I was and maybe thought of my skills as still being useful, even if they don't fit his initial preconceptions, maybe that might help with that. But my father is who he is, and so even if he is always going to be weird about me, at least he's putting his heart in the right place when it comes to other individuals like me, which might be the only way that he is really capable of showing me and other people like me love, is that he will expend so much effort to remove whatever barriers he can. Okay. So we have just a few bits more information about kind of these scholars and the people who live at Candlekeep. We have the pillars of pedagogy. I'm just gonna read this a bit. Quiet study and research within this austere cluster of closely huddled flat-top towers of varying heights. Each tower contains private rooms available by reservation only that feature permanent silence spells, allowing the occupants to read without disturbance. Again, as much as I would love to be able to visit a place like those towers, who knows if Tiefy's gonna even be able to get up them, even with her disc. What if there's not enough room? What if there's like magic canceling stuff in the towers? Because that's another thing. In order to even keep people out, they have magical canceling wards on here. So then technically, wouldn't that mean that my disc becomes unusable unless they make an exception? And if my disc was unusable, that would be an access nightmare. I would literally not be able to move myself, let alone get into one of these towers if I wanted to just go nerd out and read a book. And we have some stuff about the temple here. I'm not really seeing anything about how much access there is or isn't in there. And that basically there is also a location called the Great Library, which is good for their research, but I suppose we'll get to that in a moment. And then of course we have the smithy and the stables, which is definitely where my uncle and my cousin would be hanging out and working on armor. And of course, horseshoes for our horses that we have. And of course, it also has a forge area, which it should. And so now we have this place called the Emerald Door. And so it looks like this is going to be a super secretive area because it even has arcane lock spells on the door, which is actually what my father uses a lot on his sections of the keep, and particularly on books that he doesn't want the likes of me reading. So whatever they have behind the Emerald Door is probably worth trying to keep anyone who might have some bad intentions out of a place like that. And of course they have a mage standing guard, because why wouldn't they? And of course you can't get into the inner ward without the inner area without getting permission from someone who is going to let you in. And they have all this bureaucracy, basically, like you have to have a letter, you have to have a guide, you have to pass certain requirements. But here's this. So if you've been wondering why I've been worried about stairs, here is our first art piece. Look at what we have in front of the big Emerald Door. Stairs. So, yes, they are not very tall stairs. They don't look like very hard stairs to climb up. But still, this makes me feel like the assumption I had is somewhat correct, in that the default is going to be no wheelchair access. I mean, maybe my auntie would be strong enough to, like, get out of her chair and pull herself up the steps, or maybe use the sloping guard type rails on the side of the stairs to, like, slide herself up. I don't know. But either way, that concerns me, because that makes me think the default should be, or that they want you to assume that everywhere is going to have stairs, which is why I wish they would have stated there's an option for ramps, or it is ramped instead of stairs, or there's ramps alongside the stairs, like I've actually seen done in some royal buildings, where they actually have staircases right alongside a ramp, and there's really no difference between the two, and it seems easy to construct. So, assuming I was able to get up those stairs, and I was able to get into the inner ward, and then to the Great Library, which I'm gonna get to in a second, but this is what I want to highlight here. It says the Avowed transported the towers of the Great Library piecemeal from other locations and painstakingly reassembled them, creating a skyline of bristling spires in a panoply of architectural styles. Among the stone structures are a few towers made of stranger materials, such as infernal iron and the bones of a long-dead colossal red dragon. Collie, I love that you said that. Gonna have to fab those stairs to be a slope precisely, and fabricate would make easy work of that. You just focus your energy in front of the stairs and you say, okay, become a ramp, become a slope instead. Easy. And then anyone can get up and down that. Anyone can. So what I wanted to point out is, look at the amount of magic that they just said these avowed scribes, scholars, and wizards have to literally take towers from other locations, other buildings, and fashion them onto the base and the already existing structure of Candlekeep. If they can do that level of magic, they should be able to make this whole place accessible and more universally designed, unlike what that little art piece shows. So they will allow people of remarkable talent and impeccable reputation to enter here to pursue knowledge and the contents within this part of the library. And it is so vast that it has dark wood and floor-to-ceiling shelves. Ceiling heights vary, ranging from as low as 10 feet to as high as 100 feet in the tallest towers. The avowed use floating discs, each one large enough to hold 3 medium creatures to reach the highest shelves. So far, this is the only reference that I have of anything like my arcane disc. And like Collie pointed out earlier, they do not appear to be using these floating discs in any other space and for any other reason than to act as a kind of magical elevator to move them up to the highest shelves and back down again. Which is fine. I've heard from my father that there are some similar things that have been constructed for the university and for the academy that he is dean of to help students access various floors of the dormitories and some other new buildings. But if this is the only way they are using discs, it is access in terms of an elevator, but it seems very limited to only this library and only this section of it and only for this purpose. Which is a little bit underwhelming, because when I saw mention of those discs, I was really excited. I thought, okay, maybe they are being used in more places. Maybe someone like me could get use of a disc to move around. Or maybe that these scholars, maybe they're more like me. Maybe they do have physical disabilities. Maybe that's why they decided to be at Candlekeep in the first place. That because their bodies weren't really capable of doing much in the same way, maybe they just devoted themselves to learning. I mean, that would be a much more interesting angle for me personally, rather than just, well, they're using it as elevators because all these books could be up to 100 feet above them and they can't reach them any other way. And Kali says, not to mention hold extra dimensional places in spaces in place, which can be anything. Oh no, Kali, no, stop. Hashtag Tiefy for new head of Candlekeep. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. You know, if I don't amount to much as the princess of Brightlock Keep, I'll take it. If they give me an invitation and they say, Miss Felicity Brightlock, we would like you to visit us. If they give me an invitation, I will gladly accept. And then I will come in and I will make changes. And I would make Candlekeep into kind of a similar thing that a certain Professor Xavier does for his unique casters and shapeshifters. Except I would probably make Candlekeep the training grounds for people with various physical or mental differences, so that they could actually, I don't know, get some experience in being a hero and an adventurer. That's what I would do. I like also that they have continual flame here, because that is something I have for all my late night reading. So I don't know, it feels like I would be right at home in Candlekeep, and that a lot of my life experience up until this point could be put to some very good use. That I could actually say, from all of my experience in my royal library, and from all of my experience being around books and not really having a life outside of it, maybe I could blend those two and find a way to create a space out of Candlekeep that would serve a grander purpose than just a repository for knowledge, but a place where adventurers like me could not only go to learn and grow as people, but to actually be given a space that would value their talents. And Kali says, good respite place if you wanted to get a break from your father. Yes. Yes, it would be. But I would be very interested in probably making some very big changes there. Even if I just went for a visit, I would probably be going before the council and saying, hey, listen, we should be making knowledge and experiences accessible to everyone. And we should be giving every kind of adventurer the opportunity to experience the best that life has to offer them. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of skip over some of this here. So as you'll see, we have something up here called a sentinel dragon, and there's a whole story about her, as we'll see. But this is the thing I really want to focus on here. Secret staircases abound in Candlekeep, leading down to dusty vaults and catacombs that hold the oldest books. The flooded caves at sea level are haunted by all manner of strange creatures. Again, we have secret staircases. And what seems to me to be like large underground spaces that, without other kinds of accommodations, I would not be able to access. Never mind flooded anything. Too much water is not accessible. So there's a whole lot of stuff that if I went there to visit, I would be like, no. In the name of the goddess, no. We need to change this. And so we have some more stuff about that seer and some of his recorded messages, which I'm not going to bother to read. But we do have a Chamber of Lost Lore, where basically you can contact the spirits of those who have passed on to gain more knowledge. That is, if you could access this. I would love to be in a place like this. But if it's deep beneath Candlekeep, past this dragon spirit, flooded caves and whatever else, there is no way that I would be able to make it down there, even if I have these spiritual skills to be able to make use of that, which is sad. Okay, it looks like we're at the end of that section, so I have to scroll all the way back up in my Scrabble to get to the next section here. Okay, so it looks like the next section is going to be the first official adventure, which is for level 1 adventurers. But as I said, I'm going to be looking at the adventure written by Jennifer for the purposes of this. And Kali says, nah, you can click the sidebar next chapter. I suppose. Let me check about that. I'm kind of new to reading things on here like this, so let me just check. Oh, I guess no, hold on. Oh, there, right here. Duh. Okay, Tiefy is not making her perception checks. Okay. So the next chapter is that. Whoa, no. The next chapter is that I actually want to be able to get to the table of contents to go to a specific adventure at this point, because I'm not really interested in looking at the first one. I want to look at the one made by Jennifer, because she made such a big deal of saying, oh, this is like accessible, and it was important for her to do so. Okay, the canopic being. Okay, Kretschmer, Jennifer, yes, this is the one we want. Except I also see that it's been developed and edited by some people as well, so I guess we're gonna see what happens. So it says, in this adventure, the player characters investigate the disappearance of a Candlekeep sage and disrupt the plans of a mad oracle. Oh, lovely. Bent on domination. The canopic being arrived at Candlekeep 9 months ago, wrapped in a yellow cloth, embroidered with the image of an eye. It was delivered with a handwritten note reading, as fate wills it, signed by a high priest of the god of divination and fate. As preservers of the teachings of the seer, the avowed of Candlekeep were keen to study what they expected to be a book exploring the divinatory arts. When its horrific contents were revealed, the canopic being was relocated to the library's vaults where it currently resides. The book is the record of a ritual that allows the transplanting of a mommy lord's organs, gross, into a living vessel to forge a dark connection between donor and recipient. The end of the book contains the list of those recipients, which include the names of all the characters. Yikes. Well, that's cheery. That sounds like some high-level necromancy. Probably something not even I would want to mess with, even if I am curious. This adventure begins with the characters being tasked with finding a Candlekeep scholar who has not returned from a research expedition to the distant realm of Tashalar. The characters can be in Candlekeep already doing research on their own, or they might be summoned there. The book is described as a treatise on dark rituals and says how it arrived as a donation from a high priest. Yada yada yada. Okay, so I'm not gonna read all of this because I'm interested to see, once we're given that, how does the thing stack up? Hello, Mage Armor! Welcome! Okay, so once they kind of give you a description of the book and kind of what your mission is gonna be, in order to get you started on your mission, the mages at Candlekeep can set up a teleportation circle to reach a permanent teleportation circle at the House of the All-Seeing Orb. This is the same destination to which Sidar traveled the previous day, which is actually someone that you would have to find. Oh, goody. Yep, more stairs. Okay. So, if I were on this journey, basically what it would mean is they would do the teleportation circle, and they'd be like, okay, Tiefy, everyone go. And we'd get there and look at all those stairs. Hello, Carrot. My thoughts so far are that I wish there were more things to actually do with disability-specific accommodation, at least in terms of stating how things are accessible, stating whether things have stairs or ramps, or if there's a way to accommodate those ramps, or in resting places, are the rooms wide enough? Do they have accessible seating in the tavern? Do they have ways to get up and down towers or staircases or into the lower levels of Candlekeep? I wish there were more details that I could say were present in actually what's written here. There aren't, and while I know that could be left up to the dungeon master to decide, I was really looking forward to there being more attention put on those kinds of things. But it seems like even with the artwork, it seems like the default is going to be that there are no creations specifically made to address environmental accessibility issues. And so, like Kali is suggesting, I'm actually going to show you the article that was released back in December and that I did a cast on in January. about why I'm so excited about this book, or was hoping that there would be more accessible things, because this is what the article had to say about it as kind of its main point, being that Dungeons and Dragons kicks off 2021 with its first wheelchair accessible dungeon. Now that dungeon, I'm not sure which of the adventures it is, but I'm assuming it's the one made by Jennifer Kretschmer, which is actually the one I'm reading through right now to see about that. Because in this article, I'm going to just go down to the quote that they have for her. So here's the quote. So this is why I'm bothering to read her dungeon, because she said it was important to her to make accessibility part of my dungeons. As an ambulatory wheelchair user, I wanted people to have the opportunity to see themselves represented in game. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm actually wanting to look at her creation and say, okay, is she doing that here? How? In what way is that represented? Because otherwise, if it's not represented in actuality in the dungeon that's attributed to her, then it feels like they just took her as a disability advocate and someone who does disability related content, and just had her participate in this without it really giving you the sense that this was uniquely created to be accessible. But that's just my 2 coppers at this point. But it's why I'm wanting to do more of a deep dive on that particular dungeon, so to speak. And so far, Candlekeep in general is not very accessible, with all the stairs and no mention of extra access. Correct, Collie. So those are my feelings, pretty much beautifully summed up. That I was hoping for it to be more decidedly accessible, and it just doesn't seem to be that way. And basically it just says when they enter into these various spaces, they're gonna see X, Y, and Z, which I just feel is like the way of trying to get out of saying whether it's accessible or not. It's kind of like what I've had happen with some other dungeon masters in the past, where even if I'm on my disc, they've just said, well, you just move into the space, you enter this new space. And I'm like, well, if I could just enter a space, I wouldn't have to worry about accessibility. No, tell me how I enter this space. Tell me what it looks like so I know what options I have of getting in. And so basically, I hope you don't mind that I'm not really reading all of that. I'm not going to, in case all of you want to play this adventure for yourselves. I'm just trying to kind of scan it for some things that I think are worth talking about. So once again, it seems like we're using a lot of portals to get around the access issue, which I think my father would be very impressed by that, and he would probably tell me, why do you need to fixate on access being stated if you can just take a portal? But that's besides the point. Not everyone has access 2 portals, and not everyone has the arcana to make those work. But anyway, we have another portal that we get to use to access another sanctum. And of course, this sanctum has an alarm spell, which is something I know as well. Of course, a mage has to protect their sanctum and their sacred space, especially if they're busy reading. Hey Fairview, welcome! I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing well too. Let me catch up on what Sacred Carrot says. Looks like the campaign books have not been updated even after the combat wheelchair update. Yes, unfortunately, and this is because the combat chair is not treated as official D&D content. And I almost wish that it was. I wish that they would contact Artificer Sarah Thompson and say, yo, we want to incorporate your magic item to make our adventures better and to give our content more meaning. Because even when I posted today on Twitter that I was going to be looking over some of this stuff, a lot of people were like, oh, I want to see what you think of like the wheelchair element of it. And I had to tell them, unfortunately, this book has no mention of a combat wheelchair or a battle wheelchair or a magical chair or anything like that. And I think if they had added something like that, and if they had incorporated Artificer Sarah Thompson's work like in the way I think a lot of us wanted to see when we heard a book like this was coming out. Like I said in my original cast about Dungeons and Dragons and disabilities, I honestly think that to give this more meaning, they should have centered the whole thing around using assist devices. But what this is just looking like is, hey, look, we made some new adventures, and have fun with it, I guess. And Sacred Carrot says, Wizards of the Coast are working on this. I understand the pandemic and all. Yes, I think the bigger problem is not the pandemic. I think the bigger problem is that because Sarah Thompson kind of galvanized the D&D circles, because they basically came out and said, hey, disabled folks of all kinds should have a magic item, and they should have a wheelchair that allows them to go on an adventure. Because she was such a galvanizing presence, I think the real problem is that they don't want to alienate their big audience, which is, I'm gonna guess, mostly people without disabilities. And so I feel like they're not making the move I want them to make because they're afraid that if they even try to add something like this into the book, that everyone else is gonna freak out and be like, oh my goddess, you're just doing what that Thompson person was doing. How dare you? You know, and we don't even want anything like her item anywhere near your books, yada yada yada, you know. Otherwise, kind DMs will have to make accommodations themselves, which is fine. The very first DM I had also was a wheelchair user, and he was actually the one who, inspired by the goddess, came up with the idea to let my mother use the arcane tensor's disc as her movement. So it's actually, in fact, due to that goddess-blessed dungeon master that my mother even got the assist device that is now my legacy to be able to use. But even so, I feel like if these companies are trying to capitalize on disability and disability inclusion and disability access, like this whole article is doing by even bringing up the combat wheelchair and bringing up the fact that these companies created minis and connecting that to this book, I feel like it's not enough for the dungeon masters and the dungeon mamas of the world to take on that responsibility to make those access accommodations. I feel like these companies, if they want to take advantage of the upset and the interest that Mustang's art, aka Artificer Sarah Thompson, created with her item, the combat chair, then I think they really need to be willing to have a discussion in actuality about how they're going to provide that as part of their universe. Because it's obvious people want it. If they didn't want it, these companies wouldn't be creating miniatures. Places like Hero Forge wouldn't be adding the wheelchair as a mount. So, I guess this is me saying to the wizards on that coast, hey, if people really want this and if you want to truly capitalize on that, you really need to start integrating something that is legitimately looking at disability representation and disability pride and disability access. And as Cully says, the only use of those Tensors discs were in the library as a kind of elevator to reach the other shelves. Which is a fine use, but it's kind of I just feel like it kind of takes my whole family heritage and my whole legacy and says, well, you're just made to carry things. And Mage Armor says, I think there is this thing about Sarah wanting to keep her rights to the wheelchair, so she is not working with the wizards to have the content made official. I think partially that might be true, but I've also talked with them personally, and they have pretty much said they have made no attempt to reach out to me. They have made no attempt to make this official D&D content. Because I did ask them when I saw that this book was coming out and that they had bothered to get contributors. And when I saw that they weren't included, I said, did they reach out to you to have you do anything for this book in particular? And they said no. That they were never reached out to about that. And they have posted numerous times on Twitter that they want to have their combat chair featured legitimately. The thing that they didn't want is Wizards of the Coast taking their idea and developing their own version of it and saying, well, it's ours. From my understanding, Sarah Thompson is wanting that content to be legitimately recognized. She does want these things to be integrated. I don't know if her opinion has changed. I don't know if their opinion has changed, but from my understanding, it's been upsetting for them to have gotten so much attention for this and to have people like Matt Mercer have a character who gets to use their magic item, but that it's not official and that she has not been asked to contribute or to leave their legacy in D&D, even with so many people who love it. I agree that it's a complicated issue, and I would really have to ask them again for their opinion. But it seems to me, at least last that Sarah Thompson was being public about it, it seems to me that they were open to the idea, but that they had not been contacted, and it just seemed that I feel personally that Wizards of the Coast wants to distance themselves from her just because there were so many people who reacted so negatively, but it's so complicated. Let me see what Mage Armor says. They say, okay, that's good. I have a passing knowledge of her, but we are friends of friends, so I don't have personal contact. And I wouldn't say that I have a lot of personal contact with her either. I've just been lucky that they have bothered to write me when I have asked questions, like about the Candlekeep mysteries in the first place. But I haven't really talked to them recently about things, but that is my understanding that, having the combat wheelchair be official, my understanding was that they might be open to this. I certainly think that having Sarah Thompson be part of this book and having an item like the combat wheelchair would really have given this value and really would have given it meaning, because, as I mentioned, when I posted that I was going to do a cast on this on Twitter, people were already like, oh, let me know what you think of like the wheelchair focus of this. I want to know your thoughts. And I had to say, well, unfortunately, this book doesn't really include anything specifically wheelchair focused in that way. And so that's kind of disappointing, but I see what Collie says up there. He says, especially if a visual novel with a single chair user as the main female lead can prompt design decisions in the art and the school setting to be accessible and inclusive in a real sense. And I agree with that. And that's kind of why I'm being especially hard on Candlekeep at the moment, because there's no real integration of anything that even looks or smacks of accessibility in the same way that I was kind of expecting after seeing what people were able to do with the visual novel and giving scenes of the school and the ramps and the insinuation of an elevator and all that stuff. Hello, Nikki. Good to see you again. I'm really glad to see you. I was really worried that I might not get to see you again after my other cast cut off suddenly last night. So it's really, really good to see you. I don't know what was going on with my casting service last night, but there must have been some wild magic surge or some magical malfunction that happened. I don't know, but at least we're out of the woods for now. And Collie says, our magical scriball service got cut out abruptly. Yes, and we still don't know why, but thank the goddess it's working, at least for right now. Darn Drew is using too much of the magic Wi-Fi. Yep. That's a good one. I love that. Okay, so now that I'm done with kind of that rant, let me get back to this actual adventure here. Okay. Oh, that's lovely. Okay, so down here we have this portal is a permanent magical effect set up by this character, and it connects to a crystalline demiplane that serves as the Mummy Lord's tomb. Oh, lovely. Okay. So the tomb exists in its own demiplane. The site was once a temple, long abandoned until the Oracle's magic rediscovered it. The former temple is entirely built of clear sparkling crystal. Though the complex has its own gravity and is not fully transparent moving through, it can sometimes create an unsettling sense of floating. Okay, so this kind of sounds like what I heard from my sister-in-law's mother about that one place that she had to visit once. It was kind of full of a lot of crystal too. Of course, a Mommy Lord did get summoned, but through some weird circumstances that I won't be talking about again on this cast, but I did mention in a previous one. And Nikki says, I'm just vibing and playing Breath of the Wild. Ooh. Nice. I know that I would get lost in that world very easily, even if I was playing as that good-looking elven ranger. I would get lost. Ew. Okay, I'm just reading ahead. Okay, I guess we have creatures that have organs. Ew. Okay. Okay, tomb features. Alright, let me look at this. Oh, cool. I have not played Minecraft very much, but I admire people who can figure out how to build things in that. And thank you, Trippy. Thank you so much for gifting those. You are so kind. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see what they say for tomb features. Walls and floors. The crystal form from which the temple was constructed glows with a bright light that fills the area, even as it allows the characters faint glimpses of what lies beyond. The magic of the walls obscures certain features, however, so secret passages and rooms can't be seen from outside them. The crystal that makes up the tomb can't be damaged by any means available to the characters. Okay. Ceilings, hallways, and smaller chambers and tombs have those ceilings doors. All doors in the tomb are made of crystal. Most of them are unlocked. A character can use an action to try to open a locked door, either by using thieves' tools and a dexterity check, or by forcing open the door with a strength check. Neither one of those would work for me. I would have to somehow do it magically, or hope that maybe I could push with my mage hands, but that's not likely. Okay. The eyes. The eyes of Savras. The walls of the tomb are adorned with decorative eyes that serve as magical sensors, which follow the movements of the visitors who explore the site. And yes, congratulations to everyone who received a sub. Congratulations. I hope you are enjoying your time so far. and I hope you will find that subscription valuable. Okay. Which have true sight out to a range of 120 feet and allow her to surveil the characters from anywhere in the tomb. Interesting. Okay. So now we have a map of this area. I'm going to say that this map that we have here might be the only thing that is going to count as accessible for the purposes of this dungeon. And why I say this is that even though we have separate areas here that I'm guessing we are going to be able to access via portals or something else, would you look at this floor plan? From an accessibility standpoint, remember, this is technically, thank you so much, Fairview, oh my goodness, thank you. That is so kind of you. Okay, Tiefy moment. Okay, where was I? Oh yes, the floor plan. Hello, thanks for joining me. Good to see you. That could be true as well. And that's probably a valid point, but I'm still going to point out that I think what they're referencing about accessibility might be simply the fact that if you look at this floor plan here, even in the separated areas, from what I can see, the floor plan looks to be open and there looks to be no staircases. And there looks to be no barriers in the traditional sense. What I am looking at right now is actually a Dungeons and Dragons map for a particular dungeon made by a content creator as part of a collection for a new book called Candlekeep Mysteries. I am particularly looking at this one to see where and how and if there are visibly accessible and wheelchair accessible features. So while it doesn't really say anything specifically about being wheelchair accessible, as someone who has had to use an arcane assist device, this floor plan looks pretty open. And I'm hoping that this is not the only thing that makes it accessible, just on first glance. But I don't see anything like stairs or chasms or anything like that I would normally say, well, how am I supposed to get up that? But I don't know. We need to probably go a little bit further in the thing here, and it was probably a better idea not to click on it like I did here, because this is actually a better view. Apologies, everyone. Okay. Yes, they do look a little narrow, but look here. They have hall passes under ramp up. Huh. Yeah, so it would seem that if each of these squares is only 5 feet, then that is a very small hallway. I don't think that my auntie could get her combat chair through that, and I don't think I can get my disc through that. So, Kali and Impy, those are some good points. So, but I'm interested to see that they actually use the ramp. The word ramp here. Barely. It would be a very tight fit. Not necessarily what I would call all that accessible. I mean, technically, I would like to see it being a little bit wider, but the fact that they use the word ramp here, I guess is giving it some accessibility vibes, but I'm still like, that's a good little detail, but I'm gonna have to see how they actually incorporate it. Okay, so, and now it's gonna break down the locations. So let me just, okay, so the ramps kind of help lead you into T7 and toward T8. So I'm gonna have to focus on those to see how they're designed to function. It would be easy to alter, at least for players. Adding an extra square wouldn't intercept things. I agree. Of course, we can always make changes. So I'm not gonna get like mean on them for that. It looks so, yes. It looks like maybe there's a ramp here, and then maybe something to do with one here. I'll have to see. Okay, I'm going to kind of go through some of this until I get to anything that has to do with like a ramp or anything, because I want to see how the designer imagines that you're going to use the ramps. Yes, agreed. Narrow hallways do tend to be a thing, so maybe I'll cut it some slack here, for that. But still, if I'm looking at this like what the article said, which is wheelchair accessible dungeon, this is why I'm being a little bit nitpicky. It's not because I want to be that way, but it's because if this is going to be my lens, it has to be my lens. So if the ramps are the only accessible thing in this dungeon, and the only accessible part of like Candlekeep, I don't know how I feel about that. Especially when compared to that visual novel, where they actually make a point of showing you, whenever possible, how the accessibility for this character, for Kotori, is making this story possible. Especially, as Colin points out, with the visual examples of stairs from before, which were actually on earlier pages of this book. So just keep that in mind. I'm not trying to crap on this just to crap on it. I'm actually just trying to evaluate it for how well does it live up to this idea that it's supposed to be wheelchair accessible, and how much of a role does that play in this book? Because if it's really going to be only that little part in this little dungeon, I don't know how I feel about that. MP says, nah, Tiffy, you're valid. Gotta just grade it like a school paper. That's right. Speaking of which, I actually, IRL, I actually used to help people a lot with their college papers, and because I decided to get my my degree in English and in writing IRL. So this is kind of something I'm used to doing. I just kind of feel nervous about it sometimes because I don't want people to just be like, oh, Tiefy, you're just being like overly judgmental of this thing. I'm not trying to be. I'm just trying to be like, okay, if this article is going to set me up for wheelchair accessibility, then I'm really here for that. And MP says, Stevie, you've been completely fair so far. Okay. I'll stop being so nervous about it. Okay, let's see where we are here. Okay. Confidence. Hello, Wolf. Confidence. Yes. Have confidence. Good reminder. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Welcome, Wolf. And Nikki says, do you mind if I share a post I did of me on Reddit today? It was one of my rare days where I did not feel the weight of my dysphoria. Yes, I don't mind at all. Share whatever you want. I'm completely fine with that. Tiefy grading map on how well it did on the wheelchair accessibility. It claims yes. How are you doing today, Wolf? Okay. Let me figure out where I was again. Okay. Okay, so it's just kind of explaining the area here. Okay. A scrying pool. Okay. I think T5 might be one of the areas that you can access. No, I'm thinking of a different area. Never mind. Okay. So we're not to the accessible ramped areas yet. Okay. A scrying pool, though, very interesting. This chamber was once used to conduct scrying training and rituals, but has been desecrated by corruption. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay, this huge chamber is edged by a broad floor surrounding a sunken lower level gallery reached by way of sloping ramps. The center of the lower level is a diamond-shaped pit that descends some 100 feet. Flanking the opening are two tall crystalline figures whose amber eyes watch you. Okay, so we basically have a ramped entry into some sort of pit. It sounds like. Or at least getting our way there. Oh. I'm doing well. Yes, in this map, everyone gets to go to the pit. You get to go to the pit, and you, and you, and you. But I am doing well. This is kind of a little bit different content for me. But I'm happy to do it because I've been really looking forward to looking at this from a disability lens and seeing how well it stacks up to what my expectations were because of like an article that came out in December kind of hyping this up. I like it, TV. I think that stories can only be made more interesting when diversity is considered. Precisely. And that's one of my main things, even as a VTuber and streamer and content creator in this way, is to have more diversity and to be able to tell some of my stories and hope that it encourages other people to tell their stories and to let these areas of society know that we're here. And even before I started casting from the family Scryball, I was doing a lot of writing stories and things to talk about my experience and to bring awareness to my demographic. And I'm still proud of the work that I did as a scribe, but I feel like turning on the Scryball and using my magic to get some of the messages out this way has been more effective, though I'm still committed to having more representation out in media and out in culture. Oh no, I'm sorry, your stream's freezing. I hope that's not because of something on my end. Let me just make sure. Okay, I think I'm okay, but maybe I can send you some good energy from the goddess and maybe it'll clear it up. Okay, let's, oh no. Collie says, our Scrycast service has been wild of late. Yes it has. Stream's frozen, it must be winter. Good one. Well, I'm sorry, even if it is on your end, that I know how much of a pain that can be. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh no, okay, so the scholar we were coming to find, he's been made into a ritual ingredient. Lovely. Okay. Ew. Alright, we're not gonna read any more of that. Okay, the walls of this room converge in a high peak overhead. A door can be through a wall opposite the door. The room beyond can be vaguely seen. A vast cubic chamber. Okay. Oh, people ingredients. Ew. Yes. Okay. Okay. The door to area T9 opens automatically whenever any creature moves within 10 feet of it. Oh hey, hey, missing pancreas. I have mine, but I know that thing and what it does because mine. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I think T9 was supposedly another room that maybe we could reach by a ramp. Possibly. Oh no. type 1 diabetes can be a struggle. I don't personally have it myself, but I have a few good friends who are kind of living with that condition, so I'm at least aware of some of that stuff. You have my love and you have my support. Okay, I was gonna look at whether that was another ramp thing or not, but it doesn't look like it's really coming into play very much. Okay, unusual gravity, strange sense of lightness, and lift gently from the floor. Okay, so they have a flying speed now. Alright. And of course they have glyphs of warning all over this place. Of course they would. I'm just glad to see other disabled streamers. Thank you though, Tiefy. Well, I'm glad to meet and see other streamers like me as well. I'm glad to get this chance to hang out with you. I'm really glad you were able to stop by today. Cherry users in 0G. Interesting. Yes. I was gonna say that could be a little bit of an accessibility tool to just be like, hey, you can fly now temporarily, but still. I was kind of looking for more like wheelie chair vibes, you know? Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but like, if it were me, I would put like a pharaoh's wheeled throne in here or something. You know, I would actually make it a point that one of the items that you could pick up would be a beefier chair or something. Like some really awesome wheelchair or some other awesome assist device in a mummy's tomb. Why not? Because there were actual pharaohs who might have had some need for that. That's probably what I would do. Is I would just say, why not have it be where you're in this tomb of this pharaoh or this mummy lord who actually had use for something like that in their life, and like integrate it more. And Kali is being nice, like he always is. And Second Spirit says, years ago I thought of a paraplegic technician that usually works in 0G environments in the Dead Space universe. That is so cool. Yes, that's actually who I was referencing. Yes, King Tut and all that. And Kali was the one who gifted you. He's a sweetheart. Thank you so much. I think that's a clever idea, Carrot. I really do. I think, like, even those ideas are more, like, representative of how to work around disability in a way. And I think it even does a little better job than even this is. And Aiden says, Miss Tiffy, we'll be getting higher redeems. I would love to have higher redeems. I just, I might need some help coming up with some fun redeems. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. So if you would like some higher redeems, I would love to take some suggestions, maybe on Twitter, of what you would like to see, for some redeems. Because sometimes I'm not really that clever about that, so I'm open to taking some suggestions. And Carrot says, but I can write about disability, yet since I don't know one personally, I will need a lot of research. And that's okay. And honestly, if you needed someone to talk to for advice on how to go about writing disabilities, depending on what they are, I could always be a bit of a help that way. I could always be a bit of a consultant, because that is something I have experience with. Maybe not with all disabilities, but I can certainly provide you some pointers. You can always hire sensitivity readers as well, which is actually something I've been wanting to get into. Maybe more officially is be someone who is a sensitivity reader and also maybe a consultant. But for me personally, I would love to see writers with disabilities actually get hired on for gigs, so that we could actually make our experience mean something. That's just my 2 coppers on that. Because I just feel like, yes, other people can learn how to write disability, and that's important. But I also want to see more initiative being rolled and more incentive being given to actually hire and engage people with disabilities who, like me, have a talent for writing. You have a writing degree. I think you'd be like double duty beta reader. Yes. Not to mention arrow writer college. No, it's okay. No, I've actually said that I used to ghostwrite erotica. So I used to use my goddess-given talent to write sexy things, which also served the goddess quite well, I would imagine. So, I mean, it's all good. I'm not ashamed that I have that as experience. I actually did very well. I was actually good enough at writing that I kept getting hired to do more and more installments, and so I must have been good at it. In fact, the individual who kept approaching me for projects would even give me projects they had given to other people and said, Tiefy, I don't know what's wrong with this, but you need to fix it. Like, do something with this. Make this a better story. So I always felt really good about that. And maybe I should get back into that, even while, being my magical self here on Twitch. Maybe I should get back to doing some erotic writing. Maybe I can do that for other people again sometime. Who knows? Let me catch up on chat here. Smut is good, so you're valid. Yeah, it's not something a lot of people know about me. Damn, loud applause for Stevie. Oh, thank you. And I see, Cully, I see your redeem. So I'm gonna do it. Okay. Okay, here it goes. Ada. And so then they say, Tiffy has the resume to back up their words. Good for her. Yes, I do. Yes, I do have the resume. It's something I'm very proud of. Something that I kind of lost faith in a bit for a while, but I think being able to do stuff with my Scrabble and become like a braver person and a more sociable person might actually help me get back into the writing again, because I kind of got out of it for various reasons for a while. Aiden says, I still have to write that book about mental health and isolation, but I've been super busy. And that's okay. I'm still glad that you came up with that book idea, and I'm still going to support you 100% in writing it. I think it's an important topic, and I think there needs to be more conversation going on with that, especially with all the quarantine going on and what that really does to people, like in general, but specifically people with other disabilities and things. I'm really proud of you, and I support you. And Colin says you just need to decide whether to integrate your works under different pen names. Yes, this is actually the crux of that issue, because I'm feeling much more fulfilled doing what I've been doing here in front of my Scrabble and being this version of me. And so I have a lot of things from previous lives that I've lived that I would love to be able to share with people, but don't think I can because they're kind of older selves, and one of them is actually under my true name. So it is something that I've been struggling with about how do I make my past and my present self work together in a way that makes me feel like all of my experience as a scribe and now a mage and everything in between, how to make that something that I can share more freely while still keeping this presence and this magicalness to me that I have. Because it's all me, really. It's just I never thought that I would be working the kind of magic I'm working today. A year ago, I was just being a scribe and writing away and doing what I had done for most of my life. And then I just decided to pick up the Scrabble, pick up my book of magic spells, and go to work. And do this. And so now I'm in the process of trying to catch up with that and figure out how to integrate myself. And Aiden says, recently I've gotten actual work and a lot more people have been talking to me, so I've just forgotten about it and just work hard on improving work life and social life, then get the book written when I'm happy and feel peaceful. That sounds like a great plan, Aiden. That sounds like you're doing what needs to be done for yourself at the moment. I think it's great that you're thriving in all those different areas and that you're able to get progress and feel that things are easy for you. I think in the meantime, you could definitely take down some notes, at least for what you're thinking of the book, because just so you have it later, so you don't forget, and so that if ideas come to you, you have them all in one space. And Collie says, because you Tiffy do great work, including disability and adventure, paranormal, romance, LGBT scenarios. Yes, I do. I'm very proud of that. And I actually have written some stories that kind of fit all those genres. And I would love to be able to share them and integrate them as the self I am now, just to show people like I've always been doing this, and that I'm still me, but I have these other sides that are just as valid and are just as needed. So I may just do that. I may just take what I've written before and bring it into the present. I am a mage after all. I can decide to change something at my will. Why not be brave and republish them under T.W. Brightlock? That was actually what I was thinking just now. You and I are getting good at reading each other's minds. It's almost like we share the same headspace, Collie. Yes, perhaps I should be brave and just do that. Quit worrying and quit fighting and just be my magical self and say I can incorporate whatever I want. Collie Star. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Yes. I was waiting on you to drop that. Okay. Returning to to this for a second. Okay. So you're a sweetheart. I love you. Okay. Okay, so basically this is just kind of the wrap up. Well, the ramps didn't really serve a roleplay purpose, other than we believe in you, Tiefy. It's hard, but I think the VTubing thing doesn't need anonymity. Maybe just even publishing under a pseudonym if you really need. Yes, I've also thought about that. And Carrot says, you are so adorable. Thank you. Oh my goodness. All the love is just making me feel all warm and fuzzy. Thank you all so much. Okay. So it doesn't really look like the ramps made like a huge difference. Like, yes, it's accessible, but my problem is it may have been accessible, but it's like it doesn't really change anything. We're in a tomb and we have some ramp access to the pit we're gonna die in, you know? It's kind of like, well, if we were gonna make this accessible, which I guess this counts as, I would have really liked some more like disability dialogue in here, like you find a chariot, bewitched with magic, or, you know, like I was talking about, a wheeled throne or something. Tiffy is dead on VTuber, all around sound person, and a very nice and respectable role model. Oh, thank you, Aiden, so much. Yeah, it easily could have been a flat corridor, and I honestly feel like there's nothing special about this. Like, we didn't need a book to be like, oh, look, it's wheelchair accessible because there's no stairs. In this part, anyway. I don't know. I think when I heard wheelchair accessible dungeon and making access like a big thing, okay, yes, there were ramps, but it was only in a small section of the tomb. You know what I would have done? If I'm going to critique it like this, you know what I would have done? To really hammer that home, I would have said, okay, in order to get into this place, you have to go through a series of ramps. And as you're going up these ramps, you can see writing on the wall, or you can see hieroglyphics that depict on the wall this chariot being pushed by a jackal god toward a sun with a bunch of hands extending out from it. And I would continue this imagery all the way up the ramp, so that when we got to this mummy chamber, the ramp actually played a significant function in how this was designed. In fact, if I wanted to go out of my way to make a disability dialogue out of this, I would say that if you wanted to use the ramp in the tomb, you would have to have some kind of assistive device that the tomb ramp structure would recognize due to sigils and would allow you to take that way up. And that if you are not using an assist device, that the tomb would force you to take the stairs. Since you're so keen on stairs, that's what I would have done. I would have been like, okay, so the person in the combat wheelchair gets to take the ramp up. It's still gonna take 20 minutes to get up the ramp, but the rest of you are gonna have to walk up a set of stairs that is going to take you more time to get up. And if you try to walk on the ramp, you're gonna get slid back down just because. Because layer action, you can't walk on this. That's what I would have done to even give this more of a flavor before you even start the area. And let's see, MP says, and yeah, I was like, stairs should have been like easy for the non-assistive folk, but the ramp has the answers and everything. I agree. I think it is a unique idea, and that's what I mean when I say there's like so many things that I was expecting from this when I heard like wheelchair accessible. So this almost inspires me to be like, maybe I should kind of use this as a guide and create some of my own small adventures to just really show you like what I think of when I think of wheelchair accessible or wheelchair like centered adventures. And plus, it would give me something to write that might be very different and interesting and kind of get me going again, just to think about writing an adventure and having people play it. Because I'm seriously thinking about this tomb here, and I'm like, there is so much that could have been done with like drawing on actual Egyptian history and stuff that we could have used for this, that would really make using a wheelchair in here cool or necessary even. And I'm just not seeing it. So as much as the creator is a wheelchair user and as much as they are on about access, I really wanted to see it more integrated than what I'm seeing so far. Okay, so we have magic items, a staff of fate, which can alter an outcome, a watchful helm. Okay, so we get those magic items, and basically we gotta destroy the mummy and get this handled, otherwise it's gonna resurrect again. And that's pretty much it. That once we succeed in this, it's it's kind of done and over with. And you know, the ramps were there. They did use the word ramps. So, in the very barest sense of the word, yes, it's wheelchair accessible, but it doesn't really integrate the way I was hoping that it would do so. And this was the one adventure that I thought was going to have more of that going on with it. Okay, so now I'm really not feeling like this is actually going to do what I hoped it was going to do. Collie says, such as how our first date and meeting happened at the Forked Tongue. Yes, that was very much focused on access, or the lack of it, actually, because you had to help me take care of some business, because when I first visited there was no real access to very much of a bathroom, so you and I ended up meeting and becoming close due to that. And kind of gave a reason for the business owner to start being concerned about that, even before things happened with my auntie. And that's what I mean, is like, the absence of accessibility can be a good thing. It can tell a good story if you're open to it. If you know what you're doing, you can actually use the absence of accessibility to bring forward the birth of disability access. But I don't even see that happening here. So even you and me, Collie, we did a better job of making a wheelchair or assistive device accessible adventure without needing a whole book with seemingly only maybe one accessible dungeon in the whole deal. Let me catch up on what everyone else said here. Like, why did there even need to be levels? I'm sure there are ramps, but what required it to be like ascension needed for this scene? Exactly. Like, it was only there for this one moment in which, oh yeah, you get down to the pit because ramps. Or you get over to this room because ramps. Like, that didn't have to be labeled wheelchair accessible. That's... I'm disappointed. Just for a comparison, let's jump into another adventure here. I'm not sure which one I should jump into. I might just do like the first adventure just to see if any of these other ones have anything to do with access or not. The joy of extra-dimensional spaces. Huh. Okay. Okay, so they're gonna say how this book was donated. Which I kind of don't want to read, but the characters have come to Candlekeep seeking aid for a stricken town, which could be the home of one or more of your characters. The settlement has withered this year. Okay, so kind of like what I heard happening. Was happening on the outskirts of the whole Nightingale area from my father, actually, before it became known as New Nightingale. They were having a lot of trouble with things like crops and stuff. And Kali says, and continuing on the lack of access leading to good scenes, another example would be how a bath shower that isn't built to be accessible further grows the relationship of a lady who needs the assistance. Yes. And I actually have done some role play things along those lines as well, to say, hey, it is the need for intimacy and the need for assistance that brings these two characters together in ways that they would have no reason to come together if they were able-bodied. And it is very spicy, but also very realistic to what my experience has been, that I have very intimate connections with people due to the fact that I do need so much more help. And I think that can be a great way to bond characters to each other, not just in D&D, but in stories and everything, but particularly with Dungeons and Dragons. I think that if you're not going to have access, then it can be a really good opportunity to build some connections with the party that you wouldn't build otherwise. For instance, in my mother's time when she had to join an adventuring party, her presence there actually made the bard and the ranger who were there actually take more care of her and actually learn about people who needed to move more slowly, because this is actually before my mother got her arcane disc. She was actually using magic canes or like quarter staffs as a kind of crutches situation. And so even with my mother, her very presence encouraged other people to learn to slow down and to learn how to use their skills to assist her in a different way, that had she not had the disability or the need for extra assistance, the party wouldn't have had to grow to help her. And even, my mother's life and the lives of many others will never be the same. My uncle, my auntie, they will never be the same because they had to help my mother in a way that no other adventurer needed. And it's not even like people can't do things. They must do them differently. That's where the creativity comes in. Exactly right. That's exactly why I think this is so important. Because my entire life has been nothing but creative problem solving. It's all been creative problem solving. Okay, so I don't do this like every other person. How am I going to learn how to do this the best I'm able? And it was the same with streaming or anything else. I had to learn, how am I going to do this the way that I can? How am I going to create content the way that I can, while also still getting my message out and being meaningful? And I think we need to make room in stories and dialogues for people with disabilities so that people can see how we do things differently, so that they can appreciate different rhythms, different pacing, and different goals, instead of just being like, okay, you run over here and you do this, you kill the goblins, you get the gold. I think that's why I like to run and be a part of adventures where the goal isn't necessarily that, but it's like, okay, so we have these access issues. Let's try to solve those. Let's see what we can do. Let's try to go talk to the townsfolk. Let's go try to talk to the barkeep. Let's go talk to this weird tinkerer out in the woods who might have a solution for boots that will help keep your knees and your ankles in place when you walk. Those kinds of things to me are interesting, but if you don't allow space in the narrative or in the adventure for that, it just becomes all the same. And Collie says, and those stories are just as heroic and necessary to tell. Yes, they are. And I agree, Carrot, it is not all about combat and murder. It's not. It's like for me, when I used to dungeon mama for people, I very rarely had combat. What I had more of is, okay, you have this social problem, you have this spiritual problem, you have this mental or physical difficulty, you have this other thing that's going on that doesn't have to do with goblins. Like, I built a whole story around, or I should say a whole section of story around this character who was a half-orc barbarian who was trying to meet up with his mother again. And I built up this whole series of arcs to bring them back together. And so that was the main action, but there was a lot of other stuff that happened. And I'm gonna catch up on chat here. Things in life can seldom be punch the bad guy, victory, correct. And they say, my DM had a lot of great integration of character personalities and backstories to craft the story around us, rather than just being slipped in there. Very nice. I'm very glad you had a dungeon master who was clever and patient enough and cared enough to be like, hey, maybe it's the backstory, the story before the story that should motivate the main story. I mean, because it's why the background matters. It's why in all those stories, like, a Game of Thrones, for instance, the backstory matters because it's that motivates people to do what they do. Chronic versus acute tension, as my writing professor in college said, very good advice. Acute tension is why we are showing this scene now, but chronic tension is what motivates it. Yes. That's some very good advice. And I think that it's been my exposure to stories ever since I was really little. And going and getting a degree in writing that has really made me, I would like to say, a better storyteller, obviously. But I think it's also given me an understanding that a story should be as close to real life as possible. Even if you are in a fantasy sense, it has to make sense. It has to be believable. It has to be something that we can relate with, that when we sit and we read it, we feel ourselves and we acknowledge ourselves in the characters. That's the way that it should be, and I feel the same way about Dungeons and Dragons, that your characters should not be a accumulation of stats and features. Your character should be more than that. Hello, Zach. It's fine. I'm fine with you lurking. It's cool. Thanks for popping on chat, though, so I know you're here. Welcome. So yeah, as I was Oh, please don't yawn, Tiffy. Please don't yawn right now. So as I was saying, I feel the same way about D&D. I feel like your characters should be real people. No one in real life is an accumulation of stats and features. Yes, a half-orc barbarian. I created a whole arc around him and his mother. Finding her again, and of course, this was in the middle of a certain kind of outbreak. So he didn't know if she was alive. And I also had to work in him pulling away from his kind of unsavory past because he had delved into some working for some shifty pirates and some shifty roguish types, and so I had to build in for him not only an arc or two that would serve that purpose of him finding his mother, but finding the good man that he wanted to become and that he was in spite of his past, and basically having to confront that past as well as his brute of a father who showed him the potential of what he could become, but in a negative sense. And Impy says, my first D&D character was about a character who was unalived, but then also forcibly brought back to life. No memory of her past, but greatly having the moral belief in not disrupting the natural cycle of life. She was fun to play. She sounds amazing. She sounds so cool. She sounds like one of my friends, Logan, who is awakened. My friend Logan is actually an awakened undead, and so that was actually, I had an interesting story for her as well. It was actually in that same story setting as the half-orc barbarian, and she had some very interesting storylines as well about how she became what she is, and what her connection was with this forgotten god of the cycle of life and death, but through some other circumstances, he had just simply been made the god of death and then was subsequently forgotten and buried. So I had this whole dialogue of what it means to be the god of death and how that fits into a perversion of death as we see it in this concept of zombies or undead, and what that meant for my friend Logan, who was an awakened undead and sort of represented the possibility for balance between life and death. And Impy says, what was interesting was seeing my character accept who she is now rather than chasing who she was before her trauma. Oh my goddess, I love that. I love that so much. Stories about people, it's good. Yes. I almost want you to write that story so I can meet this character of yours. She sounds adorable and fascinating and just the kind of soul that I love. Because I also, through my friend Logan, had learned about her particular traumas that she wanted to play out in her adventures as well, and basically what it would mean for her to accept what she is. And Impy says, we want to release the audio. We recorded all of our sessions, but just gotta fix the broken audio from episode 2. Way to go. Or even an in-universe get-together. That would be cool too. I mean, with this magical world of D&D, anything's possible. I wish you good luck in trying to fix the audio for things like that. I'm sure it would be very cute. I'm just imagining it now. I'm sure that would be amazing for those two souls to meet. And I'm going to take a hydrate break, so if you hear me drinking water, that's why. I'm excited to be in a book club with you, TV. Your takes will be good. That would be, yes. I love books, and I technically am in a VTuber book club at the moment. I've been not very good about keeping up with stuff, but I'm glad that people enjoy kind of my thoughts on things, and I love to meet other people who love stories as much as I do. And Collie says, just saying right now, Tiffy and I are adorable. Oh, and that is true. You and I are in the same group. Okay, there we go. Duh. Okay, I had a Tiffy moment. That's right. I was like, I think we met in the same group. Okay. There we go. I might be clever about some things, but then some other things just go whoop. So that's where I know you from. That makes sense. I've been It's my recall that's getting the better of me. But yes, we are in the same book club, which I have been very bad about participating in. Mostly because I just have not been in the space to read, which I know is kind of bad considering I love to read. Okay, that is good to know. The first book that we were supposed to have read kind of just got away from me. I'm gonna look at what the second book is supposed to be, and hopefully, be a better little tiefling bookworm and read that one and not get so distracted. That's a mood. It's like sometimes I don't want to draw, though I love to draw. Yes, it's the same thing with me in writing. Okay, Gideon the Ninth. All right, I'm going to have to remember that and look it up. It's okay. Being a VTuber takes a lot of casting energy and concentration. Yes, it does. So maybe that'll be a good enough reason for why my recall is just not very good right now. But either way, let's go ahead and take a look at this adventure and see. No yawning, TV. Don't put people to sleep. Okay, let's take a look at this other. Let's take a look at this other adventure and see if it has any accessibility whatsoever. More portals. Oh, my father would love it here. Oh, great. We have Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion. It's hour 3 if you're tired, I understand. Well, I still want to do a little bit more. I mean, I at least want to get through one more little adventure here to just try to have something to compare it to. My attention is out at that point. Oh, well, mine is too at some point, but I'm going to at least try to power through a little bit more. Since I don't think this beginning review would be complete with I don't think this book, my review of it would be complete without looking at least one more adventure. Mansion. Book really said ramps, and more ramps. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I would count myself lucky if there was even one more reference to access in this. Okay, so it says, it's luxurious but not ostentatious. The structure is open, airy, and constructed of stone blocks. The floors are hardwood, and the bedroom, study, trophy room have carpets that cover most of the floor space in these rooms. The mansion has brass or bronze fixtures on the doors. The furniture is all deep brown wood, and most of the rooms are illuminated by oil lamps. But we don't know if there's stairs or ramps or anything else. I'm assuming there's gonna be stairs, but outside, a swirling indigo miasma hovers 20 feet from the building on all sides. Okay, puzzle books. And Collie is correct. Not really. The collection mostly focuses on the mysteries centering around each of the books. But yeah, I get the... Okay, so... Oh. Sarcasm. Thank you for translating that. I was like, what is that? Okay, thank you, Collie. I'm not very well versed in that, but look at it, what we have here. I've seen all I need to see. Stairs. Stairs. More stairs. Stairs. Okay, so we still have narrow hallways, but we have really no way to navigate any of this. Well, and you know what's really annoying is that because this is a magical mansion, you could technically do whatever you wanted. So if I did a cast of that mansion, I would make everything have ramps. And yeah, I suppose as the dungeon master, you could be like, I snap my finger, and it's Tiefy's magnificent mansion, and there are ramps everywhere, and there are wide doors everywhere, and there's roll-in showers, and all that stuff. But I would have really liked to see the option for that in the book itself. Okay, so we have exits, we have patio. A book attack. A swarm of animated books. Sounds like the kind of monster I would want to have to fight with. Oh, no. Except I probably wouldn't want to injure them though. Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't necessarily look as sweet as I was thinking, but okay. So, I know that we did fight a mummy, technically, and some other things in that crystal pyramid-esque area. So here's the monster for this. And of course, this is for low-level adventurers. This is like for level 1. So of course, it's not going to be very scary. Yes, this is true. Collie says this is a raw, rules as written review, so gotta grade it for what it presents. Yes. So based on what it presents, it's not very inclusive in that way. LOL book club. Yes, I did see that. I'm gonna just read that. Melee weapon attack. Bludgeoning damage. Nice. Whap. Sounds like something my father would do. Oh, great, an animated broom. Okay. Well, at least I don't have to worry about trying to use that as an assist device. Like some other witches have maybe suggested that I do. They're like, oh, why don't you just get on a flying broom, Tiefy? No. And I'm glad the animated broom is not going to take well to being grabbed. I like how it goes out of its way to say that the room is left ajar in the study so that cats can come and go. But we can't be bothered to put any accessible details in here? Like, I don't know. Maybe like if there is a need to turn the stairs into ramps, we could do that? Ugh. Most of these books are the memoirs, okay? So we have a secret door. A secret door behind the left bookcase on the far wall. The bottom leftmost book in the bookcase is pulled. The bookcase slides forward to reveal a passage behind it. And again, with the cats. Oh, the door is left slightly ajar for them. Ha! Nice. The kitchen is run by two homunculi named Cumin and Coriander. I like those names. Fairy dragons. Oh, that sounds cool. Though they're not gonna be cooler than my Asha. She is adorable. Alright. The cats. Again, we have a lot of references to that. And Collie says, yeah, it says like feared. It's just that one adventure by Jennifer. I'm starting to get concerned that that's it. That it's just gonna be her adventure. And even that was very, very watered down. It's very, like, hold the accessibility, you know, make it like references to 2 or 3 ramps and that's it, you know? Oh no. Oh no, the mimic chair. Oh, that's the last thing anyone needs. That's horrible. Can you imagine if some really jerkish wizard decided I'm gonna take this assist device of a wheelchair and I'm gonna turn it into a mimic so that when the person who needs it sits in it, all hell breaks loose. Now, if you wanted to be a really horrible person, you would do that. Sorry, sneeze. It's getting that time of year again around the keep. I'm just blooming things. Oh no, Collie, no. Or worse, makes an arrow. Goddess bless you. Thank you. Okay? So the chair can ambush us, which is scary. Yikes. Alright. Well, 2 invisible orange fairy dragons. Well, that sounds adorable, maybe. No, stairs. Ugh, okay. No, guess what? We don't need a suit of armor guarding the stairs. The stairs are the enemy. Ugh. A trap door. Who needs the trap door? We have stairs and they're an actual item. How nice. Okay, so we have a laboratory, which I'm assuming is down the stairs. Alrighty. The chained library. To reach this room, the characters must solve a telescope puzzle in the other room or break through the ceiling from the attic above. I'm definitely not getting into this room from the attic. Three shelves are filled with books bound in iron covers, which are attached chains that secure them to the shelves, aka a chained library. Okay, so are we literally gonna fight this thing? I guess we are. Alright. Again, I understand that this is gonna be for a low-level adventure party, so it can't be that tough. But we're fighting books so far. So, I mean, I know this is book themed, so obviously it's gonna have to keep going with this, so I'm not gonna rib it too heavily for that in that sense. I think some of these are creative, but I'm still left wondering, how in the goddess would I even access some of these places? Yes, I'm blessed to have the disc, but what if I didn't have it? Like, I would be plumb out of luck. And Kali says, oh, so that's what the animated chained library is. Was wondering about that. Apparently, I'm kind of surprised by that. That it's actually like the encounter, not just the room. But I guess that makes sense. Again, the cats get more flipping attention than anything else does. And yeah, it does remind me of an advanced mimic, like a greater mimic of a kind. Actually kind of frightening to think about. Stepped away a moment because adult life continues to be more stressful. Oh no! Well, the grading is going fine, but this is not getting a good grade. I just took a look at this, the first adventure. As you know, we're inside the mansion and we've got tons of stairs and the cats and things like that are getting more attention to how they are being given access to other parts of the mansion than someone like me would be given access. And that's sad and pathetic that there is more attention in the actual book itself to how do the cats get from room to room. And I'm just like, I love cats as much as the next wizard, but for God's sake, if we can worry about the cats and the fairy dragons and all this other stuff, do you think we could worry about access just a little more? I mean, Nobetta's kitty is pretty impressive, but that's true. Oh no. That's true. Nobetta's cat is very amazing. It's definitely a familiar. It's definitely can do its own magic. That's for sure. But the fact that these cats are getting more love is just, And I also like what Impy says here. Rename the book Cat Accessibility. Yes. I feel like, for its assessment on the accessibility, I was hoping to be in more than just one adventure. Like, this is not giving me high hopes for any of the rest of this. At least not as written. Now the book does say you can change whatever you want to in this adventure. They do say that right at the beginning. Oh, you can change whatever you don't like. But I don't want to use that here as like a card. Bonk. I don't want to use that as a pass to say, oh, well, you can just change it however you want. No, because like my understanding was this was supposed to be their flagship thing. And, this is Disability Awareness Month. So I'm kind of just sitting here being like, I don't care if I can make these changes. Like, I'm looking for the book to actually acknowledge me, or acknowledge the community at large here. And Impy says, I was thinking that, like, the chained bookcase was like a thing to let you rotate the shelves so that the higher tier can be brought to the bottom. And you are correct. It's cerebral palsy in particular. Yes, because Disability Awareness Month itself is like a whole different month, and my brain just kind of checked out on me there for a second. So, Kali, thank you for correcting that little bit of thing. I do have cerebral palsy myself, so that is why I'm doing a lot of things during this month, because it is kind of the disability that I have that kind of shows up in a lot of different ways. Circular kind of things, I think that's a brilliant idea. I think that would be a wonderfully accessible way to use that chained library, that chained bookcase. I think that right there, see, you could have even written for this as more access, and this would have been more valuable. Like that comment about how you would have used the bookshelf, that's what I mean. And you were able to do that in one paragraph, and this whole adventure has no accessibility outside of, oh, we gotta let the cats in and out. Thank Goddess for you being on stream. You are really helping out this cast, I'm telling you. Those are some really good ideas, and you're helping me make my point, which is there is so much more that could have been done with this outside of Tensor's disc. I'm glad you were able to catch it in time to join me for a little bit as well. I really appreciate you spending some of your time discs in the Great Library and that one adventure. Yeah, not enough. Agreed. Okay. Okay, so we have creatures, and then we have the thing that we really have to do here, which is assemble the books and basically get out. You know what would be enough? Brightlock Keep Mysteries, yes. Um, I think so too. Even my keep would be more conducive to an accessibility dialogue everywhere that you could possibly go in the keep and surrounding town for some disability adventures than this is, with 17 different ones. And I agree, I don't think they're really being creative. And it's not to say that these are not creative people, but this is also what I was concerned with when these things get edited. Because I've had to edit things that I've had to work on for other people, and it runs the risk of really being boiled down into a mere shadow of itself. And so this just feels like, okay, so we go in this mansion that has a lot of inaccessible things. We fight maybe a couple of books, and then we have to assemble books together to get out of here, and la-di-da-di-da, and we're over and done with. Okay, I know I said I was just gonna go through one. I'm gonna go through one more, just really quickly, to see what kind of map we are looking at here. So this is now the level 2 adventure. Okay, so now we have big bad tomes, I guess. And we have something involving like other seekers. I like this idea that there's a bookshop, but and I guess this involves Baldur's Gate, which Baldur's Gate is, I don't have very good experiences with that personally. Collie says, not only do you have full access, but also gender flexibility, fluidity, and inclusion, along with just an ease of body image. Yes. So my Brightlock Keep, and the surrounding kingdom of New Caldera would be just the kind of place that maybe a young adventurer or adventurers with varying disabilities might find themselves, and I don't know, might go on some small adventures. It's possible. I mean, after this, it's like I could do a better job of putting accessibility in one region and giving you a reason to experience it, and not only that, but then maybe have the players make their own contributions to accessibility. Because that's the only way the world becomes more accessible, in-game and out. That the more people are allowed to come and hang out with you, the more accessible and the more inclusive your society becomes. Okay, that's creepy. Okay. Okay, we got a hideout. Okay, so we have mostly in this Amber Dune hideout, it's mostly, quote, accessible. But we do have this stairway probably down to a basement. And whatever is down there is probably not good. There's probably some nasty rituals going on down there. just have to be chill with offering tithe to our goddess every now and then, or daily. LOL. Ooh. Well, if it's daily, she might be willing to do more favors more quickly. Okay, so we have a common room that we enter into, but again, there's no mention of are there stairs into this hideout. I'm imagining there are. It's not like the bad guy is gonna be like, sure, roll up to my super secret hideout. But still, it has to be asked. Mismatched chairs. Okay, kitchen. Oh, a trap door in a hidden vault that is concealed beneath the bed. Ew. False storage trunk. The stairs here would be in A4 in the trapdoor. You are correct about that. Which, in this case, they don't bother to really point out the stairs in the same way. Like, they don't have it as a separate stairs thing. So yeah, pretty much no different than the usual adventure. I'm going to go to the next one to just see how much of this pattern keeps up with this. I like this map. I like kind of the vibe of some of these locations. I think I'm gonna head off for now, Tiffy. Thanks for the great stream. You are so welcome. I'm glad you are following now too. And I'm gonna make sure I'm following you so that I can pop on when you're streaming next so I can support you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Your input and your friendship and just having your energy here with me was so nice. Thank you so much for giving me some of it today. No worries. I'm still figuring out, but I'll appreciate any support. I will give whatever support I can to you, trust me. Just let me know what I can do and I'll do my very best to work some magic for you. Super Twitch, baby. Yeah, I know what it's like to be there. You know, and I'm still figuring things out myself, so. And I will follow you if I'm not already. I will make sure to follow you before I forget. I will definitely do that, so you at least have me getting notifications of when you're on so I can help support you. Joining the Scarlet Sash. Okay. Okay. We got another map. Oh boy. Alright. Chalet Brantifax. Okay, well. More stairs. More stairs. What looks like maybe a spiral staircase. A definitely spiral staircase. in here too. And I do hope you find the time to stream sometime as well, MP. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do when you're finally ready to get out there and do more of it, but I know that it takes time to develop proficiency with this. So definitely only accessible to disc users, if that. Yes, that's what it looks like. That if I had any hope of getting around here, I would have to use my disc. My auntie would probably roll up to this and take one look at it and go, nope. She would probably be like, sorry niece, but unless I have hover on my combat chair, I'm not getting in here. Yes. So it would require combat chair users with the hover ability to even do this. And we would have to make the concession that they could barely get by these stairs and these doorways because they still look pretty tight. Would you carry your aunt on your disc? Yes! I absolutely would. That's interesting. I've never thought about that. But yes, I would let her mount up on my disc. It would be cute now that I think about it. But I'd probably have to sit on her lap then at that point. But she probably wouldn't mind. I did that a lot as a kid anyway, so she probably wouldn't mind. Besides, it would probably help make sure that she stays on the disc to have my little bit of extra weight on her. And then that way she could still handle the combat, if any, with her sword and shield and stuff, which would be really cool. Ground floor. Okay. Oh, a graveyard. Alright. Yeah, she's the warrior lord of the keep after all. That's right. Gotta carry herself with some strength. Yep. She would be like, I'm not letting any of this stop me. And besides, if I ended up in a place like this, she'd be like, I'm not letting my niece go alone. Yep, as a paladin cleric, my auntie is definitely the kind who wants to protect others. And as I've said on previous casts, she has done that, no matter the detriment to herself. The spiral staircase leads up to the attic nursery. The staircase hasn't been used in years. Great, so is this your way of saying that the staircase is dilapidated and might fall apart? Another secret door. Orcus figurine. That better not be a figurine of who I think it is. There's a certain archdemon of the same name. Oh, great, it is. Kate, no. But as a Brightlock, having to deal with Orcus. If I ever had to do anything like that, I would take it as a kind of sacred duty, as I had to do kind of in the Diablo world when I was in there taking care of Death and all his minions. He's sort of like Orcus in that way. And yes, her rescue of my cousin was truly heroic. And she doesn't regret it, even if that's how she came by her current disability. She doesn't regret it at all. She was not going to let anything happen to her child. And so she has my everlasting respect for that. My mother is the same way. Pretty much everyone in my family is the same way. And I know I would be too. If I had children and I had to protect them, you better believe I would do it with my last breath. Okay. We have a museum, which is somewhere else on the grounds here. Looks like we have a crypt. Oh, creepy. Sort of accessible, I suppose, but creepy. And thanks to that, your cousin is now applying themselves to be her chairsmith. Yes. Yes, my other cousin has now decided to devote herself to making and maintaining that combat chair, along with one of her really good friends, maybe more. So that's a beautiful thing to come out of this. Yes. Other meaning the non-draconic one, the more paladin, works in the forge, takes after her mother, and also my uncle cousin. At some point, I will reveal their names to you all, but not until I have some artwork, so that you can actually put a face to a name. Yes, actually, I'm hoping that once I get the portrait back from the artisan who is currently working on that, it is actually an idea of mine to have another portrait done of my auntie, my uncle, and my two cousins. To have that done as well so you could meet them. College Star strikes again, yes. Okay, I love it. I love that we have that. So it looks like we have a were-raven. And that's it. Wow. Next. I'm actually gonna go through all these, but I'm gonna actually just look at them, the maps. Wait a minute. Oh no. I don't like this. Okay. This character, Ostrovorn. Okay, look how they say he has red hair streaked through with white and cloudy blue eyes. You know what that usually stands in for? Like a very stereotypical representation of blindness. Which I have a couple of friends who are seeing impaired, and they don't necessarily like this shorthand. I mean, it's true that this is sometimes how that condition presents. And so I'm gonna have to take what they referenced there as that. So we have an NPC with a disability, it seems, but we're not really referencing it directly. I'm having to make that inference. Yes. So it is disability representation. It's just kind of problematic because I do know from friends who are sight impaired that they can kind of have a difficult relationship with this, the way that this can sometimes be portrayed. I'm hoping that maybe they play a larger role, perhaps, in this. Okay, so and they are a half-elf, which is interesting. And they have pronouns they. They fled the village when their mother began to experience nightmares. Okay. Looks like we have kind of a different setting for this. That it's not really one area. And it looks like it's more outdoors. And like Hyakimaru. Exactly. Which is one of the reasons why I like the series Dororo. Because while it does run up against some disability stereotypes or disability tropes in some ways, it really goes a great distance to make it interesting and unique and more empowered, I would say, toward that disability dialogue. This map is interesting. I'm not sure. And Carrot says, I have to go now. I'll see you again. Take care. I will. You too. Thank you for joining me for as long as you did. Okay, so we got a workshop. Okay, so we have some more buildings and things. I think we might be calling it soon too. I think I will be calling it after this adventure, more than likely, for now anyway, because I'm already on the third or fourth one, just kind of looking at it, and so I think I probably looked at enough to kind of get a vibe. Okay, we got a dead tree in an old house. We're probably gonna end up going inside there, aren't we, for this? Okay. We got stairs, obviously, to an upper level. More stairs going up and down. Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that really the only one that even tried to have any ramps was that other one by Jennifer, and not even that was really not that impressive. Vibe is looking pretty much like don't expect much at all. Yes, I'm sorry to say. I mean, at this point, it's like I could have just made some better adventures and really made it disability focused and really made like this be a book worthy of having, because then it would have been like very distinct from anything else, which is what I was hoping this was going to be. Okay, we have the upstairs landing. Oh boy. An open landing awaits at the top of the stairs. 4 closed doors lie before you. I know, they could have done so much more. This wasn't a bad thing. It gave me a great way to talk about what your keep is like. Yes, that's the silver lining, because without this book, I probably wouldn't have any reason to really introduce all of you lords and ladies to a concept of what my keep is like, even though I've talked about it before. So this gave me a good thing to compare it to, and also to show me that even though I'm sometimes not impressed with the stories that I tell, this kind of gave me reasons to maybe feel a little bit better about my capability and some of my creative thoughts. So Brightlock Keep and Candlekeep, yeah, pretty much, is way better. Yes. Thank you for translating that again. Yes, it is. I would say it's better, but of course I'm a Brightlock, so I'm biased. But in truth, it has way more accessibility, so maybe I have a right to be a bit biased. I kind of want to fix that manner to make it better and more accessible, yes. I want to fix all of this and make it more accessible. Do it. Yeah. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh no. Okay. We got a mine, I guess. Fun. You know what? The mine is more accessible than any of the structures. I could literally probably access this easier, provided I had my disc and some levitation. I could probably get into this mine and do way more in the platinum mine and get flipping rich while I'm at it. You know what? You know what I would do to this story? I would say, this is so inaccessible. The job of you players is to go find this mine, dig it up, dig up as much platinum as you can, take all the money, and put all the money into accessibility. And that's the end goal for this story. That's what I would turn this into. Oh, and while we're at it, like, when we returned from this book to, like, Candlekeep, you know, just take all that platinum and go to Candlekeep and be like, here's all the money you need, or the incentive or something. Give me access. That's what I would do. Sheesh, platinum. You could make the whole world accessible with that. Or just Tiefy for Candlekeep head. Yes, that too. I mean, I would be happy either way. I mean, I have the skills that if I ended up at Candlekeep, I could do some good cleanup work over there. I don't think there's much of one. I think maybe a mansion might be a bit bigger. I'm not sure though. I think there is a bit of a difference. I might have to look that up. Okay, and it looks like we're done with this. So the good news is we do have some monsters that we do get to fight, so at least they're not, kind of being unfair in terms of combat, but still, I was coming here with so much more like accessibility and so much more focus on that, and I just don't see like the reason for this book to really exist. It's not like it's really adding very much, really. Collie says the difference between manor and mansion is that a manor is an estate in land to which the incident, the right to hold a manorial court, and a mansion is a large dwelling house. A manor in English law is an estate, right to hold a court, termed court baron. Nice, Collie. Thanks for looking that up. That's the kind of stuff I love too. Thanks a lot for that. Sorry, my reading of it was probably off there. My eyes are getting a little bit tired from all this time in the scribble. But, I think I'm going to probably call it here anyway. Just because I don't think we're going to get anything of more value out of this. And what's worse is, even though there was that NPC that was insinuated to maybe have a sight impairment, we didn't get to see any more of them. They didn't play a role in the story at all, which is really sad. It's like, man, you could have had such a cool moment to involve that NPC more. If only just for some more disability representation. But no, he just comes up that once and that's it. Even Dororo does that better, because there is actually another character besides Hyakimaru who is also sight impaired, and they do a lot more with him, not just in terms of how the story starts out, but how the story progresses and what he actually does to help other people understand Hyakimaru, and this larger discussion of essentially a spiritual warfare going on, or like what's really going on behind everything else. And they didn't even do anything like that here. And Collie says the 4-hour mark just now, and Wolf says this update doesn't seem sustainable at all. It really doesn't to me, just because that article that I keep pointing back to, which is where I'm actually gonna end this article gave me so much more interest and hope about what was actually going to be present in this, because it's not even like the one wheelchair accessible dungeon was anything remarkable. It wasn't like we got symbolism of using a wheelchair or a chariot or anything. It was just kind of like, okay, here are these ramps in this tomb thing, Udalali. Like, I'm honestly kind of depressed. Because that's the extent of the quote wheelchair accessibility, and at that point it could be argued whether that's really accessible and like disability representation at all. Because simply we use the word ramp in there. I mean, fine, they use the word ramp and that's great, but so, this just kind of, this just stinks. And I agree with you, Collie, about that. Those ramps could have just been natural inclines. And, I mean, it's like I said in my example, if you really wanted to make that tomb area interesting and make the ramps a focal point and be like, disability representation, there is so much more you could have done to actually involve rampage and like symbolism of a wheelchair or a combat wheelchair or anything. You could have wrapped up anything to just be like, I'm giving you the symbolism, I'm giving you the vibe, I'm giving you like a mummy lord's wheelchair throne, something. And there was none of that. It's like they got away with the barest, like, might be disability, wisps. And I just don't feel like it delivered on what I was hoping for. And yeah, they might have only promised one, but even for that one, it was very underwhelming. Tiefy for Gaksha Sensei, thank you, Kali. And Wolf says, why they gotta break my heart? I'm sorry, I don't know. They could have done so much more with this. And they could have made it such a great focal point for introducing a whole line of accessibility arcane items. And there's just none of that. And so I'm just like, what was even the point? You said this was gonna be like a kickoff to the new year in a good way, and I'm just kind of like, what was this even? All I can say is accessible question mark, like, I guess. And that sucks. Because it's just like, well, was your point really to give any access and give any disability representation? Or, I don't know. Maybe they might be slowly integrating it with more updates. I hope so. I would hope for maybe some more disability actual content. But I think this book as it is gonna be all they're gonna get out of it, which is sad because they had this book as an opportunity to be like, we could really get into the waters of disability and access and making adventurers with disabilities or like disability related dialogues. Like, that's what I was hoping that maybe this would signal the beginning of, but it just seems like they wanted a reason to use books and this library, which is cool. You know, maybe if I had just come to it with like, oh hey, it's just in a library and you should like it because there's books. I would like it for that reason, but I was just so interested in, is this going to be accessible? And I'm just kind of sad that it's so light it's almost not even there. And even the one by Jennifer, I'm like, how is this? There are ramps, yes, but how does that really equal inclusion? How does that equal access and accommodation? Really? They were kind of like, here's a ramp, there you go. Yeah, and that's what just super sucks about it. Is because it wasn't even like integrated as part of the identity of the place, or that it might make a character in a wheelchair be like, oh, I can access something the rest of you can't. Nope, it just leads to a pit. Or like there's nothing special about it. There's nothing special as an adventurer with a disability that I get to do in a space made for me. So I would say I don't even really feel like I can rate this even a 1. Like, I mean, it's a nat 1. That's what I'll rate it. Because even the things that I want to be able to look toward it in itself, it is not really a success. The only value it has to me is what I can make out of it with my own stuff that I already had. Like, that's the only good that it offers, is it just gives me more of a jumping off point for my own stories and my own magic ability that I already came into this with. And I think that's why I have to rate it so low, is yes, every adventure is customizable because the dungeon master can do whatever they want, or the dungeon mama can do whatever they want. But I just feel like this should have delivered so much more, and it just, you know, even with, as Kali points out, the bit of Tensor's disc being used as elevators, I mean, that's cool and all. And the sages do have them and do use them in their stat blocks. So, in a way, I guess I'm a lot like the cloistered scholars in Candlekeep. But even so, I'm just still wishing that there had been more, and that maybe we could have just expanded on that and said, access. How can we get really creative? How can we get really immersive? And I know you're probably saying, Tiefy, that's the dungeon master or dungeon mama's job, but I was looking toward this source book to at least start a good conversation about what accessibility looks like, about what disability inclusion might look like. And it's so subtle, I don't even think I can't even really say if it's truly there. You know, not in a way that I would truly be able to say, there it is, and I'm proud of that. Like, I'm happy for that. It's just, it's so underplayed and undervalued, like a lot of disability dialogues are, that I'm just like, couldn't we have just even had Jennifer's dungeon be more about that? If it was out of a D20, probably 3 for access. Fine. Maybe it's a little bit better than a nat 1, you know, because there were some examples, but they were like 2 little grains of sand in this whole thing that I was kind of hoping would be some new territory to honestly explore. And it's just kind of like, you can do whatever you want. Like, we don't have to take a stance on this. We'll just barely put it there, and all the rest of you are gonna like it because, we use this article used the buzzword of access and wheelchair things. Dinosaur, hi, welcome. You're kind of popping in just at like the very end. Dungeons and Dragons and heard the word and thought of the infinite chicken oh no. 15 for a modified cookie cutter way to represent Brightlock Keep and the library theme adventures. Yes, so I will give it credit for that, but as far as what I was looking at it for, I will give it a higher roll on the D20 for the keep aspects and the library and the book theme aspects, but for what I was coming for and really looking for, which was, this whole selling point, I really didn't get that. So if I'm basing it off of that main thing I was looking for, I'm not very impressed. But if I just say the things that I guess I like in terms of theme and place, being the keep itself and the books and the library, it will get a higher roll from me. Hi, Lucia! Welcome! I'm sorry to say that you're kind of catching me at the end of this little cast I was doing. But I'm still happy to see you anyway. Oh, no. Oh. Well, I started a bit earlier than I normally do. I want a library that's run by the books. That would be cool. Aww. Well, even though I'm kind of wrapping this up, I'm still really glad you popped in, Lucia. It's good to see you. And I see that you were trying to do a command in chat, and I am not sure if that's gonna work or not. I could do the visual novel if I want for them. I would love to do that. I would need to probably wrap up this cast. Then what I would probably do is stop this one, but then start a whole fresh one so that the categories and all that good stuff represent accordingly. And so I would love to do that for the two of you, since you did show up so late, and I really appreciate you being here with me. So I would be willing to do that for both of you. It's just gonna take me a few minutes to transfer over, so you are gonna see that I'm gonna go offline, but I promise you I'm going to be right back on. But I'm gonna do a whole fresh one. I am gonna do it for you and Dino, cause I love you both a bunch. Besides, I think it will be nice to do a little bit more since my cast of that last night got cut short. So my rating, if I'm not looking at the thing that I was looking for, which was the wheelchair access stuff, if I look at it in terms of setting as being the keep and the book theme and the library, I would probably give it a 15 on the D20. But that's only for those things, because I like how it gave me a reason to talk about my keep and the fact that it is so much centered on knowledge, and that I feel like I would actually fit in with those cloistered scholars. So in that sense, I would give Candlekeep for that a 15 on the D20. But if I'm really rating it on what I was hoping to get out of it, which is more disability focus and more clear examples of access, it's gonna get a natural 1 on my dice for that. So if you just want something that's more library themed and you want to just go be a part of some adventures that have to do with different kind of books, then this is probably going to be good enough just to like play around with. But if you are really looking for something that was going to be like, oh yay, wheelchair accessible, and I might get to use like a wheelchair item and have that experience, this is not it. So if you were looking to this like what I was looking to it for, you're probably not gonna enjoy this. So for the wheelchair access stuff that the Polygon article was getting me hyped for, this is gonna get a natural 1. But in terms of other things, it's gonna get a 15 on the dice. So that's all it's gonna get with advantage. And that's with maybe like a couple bonuses. But that's me being nice. Yeah. So I would say if you're looking for it for the reasons that I was looking for it, don't spend your gold pieces, because it's not really gonna deliver that exactly. But if you want something that's just centered on books and doing more adventures, you might like it. But I bought this with my gold pieces for a very specific reason, and I'm still glad I bought it so that I could make this assessment, even though I didn't go through all the adventures. I'm still glad I got it because it allowed me to have these discussions, and it allowed me to make the content I wanted to make around this. So in that sense, I don't mind that I purchased it. I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna be taking very lightly any further claims that I read about this kind of stuff. I'm going to be taking them very lightly. Because however they justified the wheelchair accessible stuff because of Jennifer and her contributions, if that was the only thing that this was writing on, I think that it's not enough to justify the hype level and all the connection with the combat chair minis and bringing up Sarah Thompson in this article. I don't feel like I got what I really wanted out of that. So, with that being said, what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to quit this cast and quickly switch over to the visual novel. So, it's gonna take me a minute. You are gonna see me go off of Twitch, but I promise you I'm coming back. And Wolf says, they bring the expectations here and they don't deliver. And I think I'm not going to necessarily blame Wizards of the Coast for that, because I don't know how much they themselves were positioning this as a wheelchair accessible thing, but certainly the fact that this article was even allowed to be written with this angle, I think is kind of problematic. More the Polygon journalist, yeah. But so with that, everyone, lords and ladies, I'm going to stop this cast here, but when I restart again, it's going to be with more of that visual novel. I will see all you lovelies in a few moments.